We back. We back, chat. We back, man. Did y'all miss me or what, man? What we doing? What's up, No B? What's up, Michelle? What's up, Big Niche? What we doing? What's up, Tracy? Y'all miss me or what, man? We locked. Are we locked, man? We had a great webinar yesterday. We got apps on people's phones, working functional apps. We finna get into it though, man. How did y'all week go? We still the weekenders, man. I know I was missing a lot last week, but we still the weekenders, man. Y'all double tap that screen on your way in, man. Y'all double tap the screen on your way in. Hold on, man. What we doing? I ain't even got everything set up, man. It's been a minute since I've been here. What we doing tonight, chat?
We started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedated, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
Oh, man. Double tap that screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? We got to get to 100 likes. No B with the big $20 super chat. Thank you, No B, for always showing up and supporting. Thank you, No B, for always showing up and supporting, girl. We needed that 20 ball to start the live off. What's up, Leland? What's up, XX? What's up, Michelle? What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap that screen. We got to get the 100 likes right quick, and y'all know what time it is. We are still in intro mode, baby.
I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spends a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the Benz and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
Oh man, double tap that screen, shuttle live out. What we doing tonight, chat? We got Laurie with another $20 super chat. Thank you, Laurie, for always showing up and supporting me. I hope everybody had a great week. I'm sorry I haven't been here, but we here tonight, and we are still the Weekenders, and this is still the greatest damn show on YouTube, man. Let me find it. Where's the tag? Where's the tag at, man? We got to get straight into this. Where's the tag? We got a lot to cover.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
There we go.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap that screen, shuttle live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shuttle live out. What we doing tonight, chat? They saying Nolan Wells' case may have a huge break. Will they cooperate or not? And we got Officer Tatum backpedaling, and we got Umar Johnson addressing everything. We got a long episode tonight, chat. I haven't been here this week. We got a lot to cover. So lock in, hit the like button, say what's up to everybody in the chat. I hope everybody had a great week. Now, what are we gonna cover on tonight? We got that former Mississippi judge, Carlos Moore. He's calling out all the suspicious activity in Nolan Wells' case. We also got Bart's lawyer went on Chris Cuomo's show and fought back for his client, Bart. Also, we got Steven Crowder, got Pastor James David Manning on the show. You know, the one that's always talking about black people. We got to get on there and check his ass because we'll get into it, chat. We'll get into it. What y'all see above me is what's going on now. It's going viral. Dejanay Carrington, she got ejected for y'all's flagrant foul on Sophie Cunningham. She hooked her, knocked her all around her face, and after she got ejected, she went to Threads and posted a message in all caps that said white privilege. And we're gonna cover that today because it's causing a lot of ruckus, her getting ejected from the game and blaming it on white privilege. Also, we have a couple more miscellaneous clips. Oh, we got that inventor, Julian Brown. He just went on stage in Atlanta, Georgia, and said not only can he power cars with plastic, he can make gas, he can make cars that run on plastic. Well, damn. He can make gas out of plastic, and cars can run on it. Now, we know that he done that. He showcased and proved that he could do that with multiple vehicles. He just announced that he's opening a gas station with plastiline. It's plastic that acts like gasoline. You can put it in cars. He's saying that he's about to open a gas station with this plastiline stuff, and we're going to cover it. Also, we have the man who voted for Trump. His fiance got deported, I guess. We're going to cover that. Nolan Wells' mom is under investigation now because of all of the people coming out and writing bad reviews on her at her job site. We're going to get into a lot of that, man. We're going to get into quite a bit tonight over the Nolan Wells case. Luka Doncic's ex-wife wants a $50 million settlement. She wants $40 million for herself and $10 million for their two daughters, and she wants Luka to only be able to have custody of the kids 1 day a week. Also, we got former NFL star Stedman Bailey was arrested alongside a woman after police say the pair were doing the grown folks inside Round 1 Arcade at the Pembroke Lakes Mall in Florida. I don't know if they were doing I don't know what the hell they were doing. They're at a damn arcade getting it in, like grown as hell. Are there kids around? Like, what they charged with indecent exposure? Like, come on now. They doing too damn much. What else do we have, chat? What else do we have? All right, chat, let's get into the episode, man. Double tap that screen, shut a live out. I hope everybody's having a great night. We're gonna get into it. This is the flagrant foul. This is Dejanay Carrington. And I'm going to show y'all the foul that she got ejected on. She's blaming white privilege. She said she got kicked out of the game, blamed it on white privilege. Here's the play and how it happened.
20 was an absolute steal for Dejanay Carrington. Here's Cunningham up ahead of the field, lays it in, plus the foul, and then Cunningham gets into the face of Dejanay Carrington right away in the aftermath. And Cunningham has to be separated as both teams will head to their benches.
You'll see a Dejanay Carrington as Sophie Cunningham comes down, gets her right across the face, coming down trying to prevent the layup, but that is just a hard hit. That's definitely...
I'm not gonna lie, that's a crazy foul. That's a flagrant in any level. I don't care if it's middle school, high school, college, professional, AAU, your damn church league, the 3-on-3 tournament that your town holds. That's the flagrant anywhere. Her ass should have been ejected. We're going to get into the white privilege part after this, but look at it. Just look at the foul, bro.
Benches.
Look at the foul.
Dejanay Carrington as Sophie Cunningham comes down, gets her right across the face, coming down trying to prevent the layup.
Look at that. There's no way in hell her mouth, nose, and eyes should be on the inside of your damn arm in this crease. All of that. Not only did she just hit her, she hooked her all the way and then slung her down. This is a flagrant too. Her ass should have been sitting on the bench. I don't know if she got suspended for some games after this. I don't think she did. I want y'all to see this foul in real time before we even break down her talking about this as white privilege. We're going to break down this foul first because she said she only got kicked out because of white privilege. She didn't say that. All she said was white privilege, but we can assume she's saying white privilege because she got kicked out the game.
And then Cunningham gets into the face of Dejanay Carrington right away in the aftermath. And Cunningham has to be separated as both teams will head to their benches.
Chat, I need everyone to hit the like button. Before we show this play right here, everyone hit the like button, man. We got to get the likes up. We're in here. It's a lot of people in here early. I'm glad y'all showed up, but support the stream. Hit the like button.
You'll see a Dejanay Carrington as Sophie Cunningham comes down, gets her right across the face, coming down trying to prevent the layup, but that is just a hard hit. That's definitely going to be upgraded, I think, to a flagrant too, Ryan.
I think that is going to be a flagrant too. There is wind up, there is follow through, there's potential for injury.
Without
There's Sophie
question.
Cunningham in a vulnerable position in the air.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question why Sophie Cunningham
What's up, Cheryl?
got up and took exception to that hit from Dejanay Carrington. I would be stunned if that is not a flagrant too.
And credit Michaela Timpson. The young player got right in there, wrapped her arms around her teammate to make sure this did not escalate any further. You see.
Hey, she didn't hit her head, though. I thought her head would have slammed. Did her head slam? It didn't look like she hit her head. If she did it didn't hit too hard.
Her arms around her teammate to make sure this did not escalate any further.
No, she didn't hit her head, Chad. She didn't hit her head. That could have been really bad. Like, if she would have hit her damn head, that could have been really bad.
Player got right in there, wrapped her arms around her teammate to make sure this did not
That's an
escalate
elbow.
any further. You see Timpson right there grabbing her and just getting her out of the way.
Criteria for flagrant foul.
I'll be stunned if this not upgraded to a flagrant too.
There is wind up, there is follow through. Or
Yes.
for your team in this game. To the head there, that is absolutely a flagrant two, and Dejanay Carrington will be ejected.
Yes.
So, Chad, we noticed she got ejected. Should she be suspended for this? Does this warrant a suspension? She's already got ejected out of the game, but in your opinion, does this warrant a suspension? So after this came out, she came out and said white privilege. All caps, that's all she said. And a lot of people took offense to that. One, why do y'all think people took offense because she said white privilege? I'm going to give y'all time to answer. Why do y'all think that a lot of people took offense because Dejanay Carrington, I'm going to show y'all her right here. Why do y'all think they took offense that she said it's white privilege? Of all things. Y'all saying 10 games minimum suspension? 10 games is stiff. 10 games is stiff. Okay, so they said they're upset with her. The controversy is she's calling it white privilege, but she has a blonde wig on. They're saying, how can you say white privilege when you're wearing a blonde wig? So I want to know how y'all feel about that, chat. Is that kind of counterintuitive? Is that defeating the purpose? Her saying she hooked this girl, damn near knocked her ass off her feet, posted white privilege, and she got a damn blonde wig on, and they tearing her ass up for it. They tearing her ass up for it. I ain't gonna lie. Oh my God, they tearing her ass up for it. You said that's cultural appropriation? It kind of is. I ain't gonna lie. Now, I'm not against the wigs and shit. Hey, put your wig on. It is what it is. I'm not one of those niggas that's gonna be like, oh, I don't wear no wigs. Hey, man, put your damn wig on. But now, when you get to wearing blonde wigs and shit, you know, hey, I like it. It is what it is for the time being. But every fucking day, like, hey, man, that shit's cultural appropriation, man. You got the damn blonde wig on every day. You said she needs a heavy fine, a 6 to 8 game ban. You said cultural appropriation is bullshit. All cultures have done it. I don't know because I do be calling out cultural appropriation when people be appropriating black culture. I be calling that shit out. So I don't have a problem with y'all saying that the blonde wig is cultural appropriation because I call that shit out too. I call that shit out, man. Motherfuckers be wanting to wear Jordans and fucking snapbacks and shit and call me the hard ER. Hey, man, chill out, boy, with your cultural appropriating ass. You said, give us an example of black culture being appropriate. I just told you, nigga, Jordans and fucking snapbacks. Dancing and shit, all kind of shit. Slang. Every term that you hear a 40-year-old white person and up say, like all the cool slang and shit, that's black culture, bro. That shit goes from the niggas, it goes into the streaming world, it makes it into radio and fucking television, and now you hear it at the dinner table from your damn auntie. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. That's how the shit goes. Niggas started and makes it in the streaming and music, and then you hear your auntie saying it at the fucking dinner table, trying to be cool. Chill out. Cut it out.
Carrington and Sophie Cunningham.
All right, you said you get mad at that same man culture appropriating you by using the N-word. What do you mean? That's the problem. It's like, how can you culture appropriate and then call me the hard ER? Like, nigga, you got some fucking Jordans on. You got Jordans and a snapback on calling me the hard ER. Like, cut it out, bro. Cut it out. Cut it out. All right, Chad, we finna move on into this guy with the plastiline. We finna get into the Julian Brown. This is the guy that turned plastic into gas. Now he's saying that he's about to make a whole gas station. Y'all remember he went into hiding. He was in hiding for a while. Damn, it's not gonna let me play this video. Damn, it's not gonna let me play this video. Long story short, chat, he's opening up a gas station with that plastiline shit. All right, but we can get on here. All right, this is going viral too, chat. I want to know how y'all feel about this. This old school man, he flew this woman out to Miami, and he says she's been in there for 2 weeks, and her stomach's been hurting the whole time. They've been on vacation for 2 weeks. She says her stomach has been hurting the whole time. and he kicking her ass out.
How you been sitting here eating up all my stuff too much your stomach hurt? I don't give a damn about your stomach. You gotta go. Your stuff is already ready. You gotta go.
So you telling me that you putting me out because of my stomach hurt?
Yeah, your stomach been, whose stomach hurt for 2 weeks? You gotta go. Yeah.
Why
I'm not crazy. You gotta go.
Yeah, I'm not
You gotta go. I didn't pay for you to come to Miami for this. No, you gotta get up out of here.
But I'm not gonna do. I told you I'm cramping, my stomach hurt.
Your stomach hurt. How you?
So they on vacation. They're saying that she's eating like $200 worth of Uber Eats. I don't know if that's a day or when, how long she's eating it. But he flew her out to Miami. She's saying that her stomach's been hurting for 2 weeks straight. And he's saying, hey, look, man, you got to get the hell up out of here. You've been in here on vacation, laid up, eating fucking Uber Eats out in Miami. I didn't fly you out here for this shit. I want to know, chat, do y'all think he's wrong? I think he mean it. I hear it in his damn voice. OG not bullshit.
You been sitting here eating up all my stuff too much your stomach hurt. I don't give a damn about your stomach. You gotta go. Your stuff is already ready. You gotta go.
So you telling me that you putting me out because of my stomach hurt?
Yeah, your stomach been, whose stomach hurt for 2 weeks? You gotta go. Yeah. I'm not crazy. You gotta go.
What do you mean that's what he gets, Stacy? No, hell no, Stacy. What do you mean that's what he get? 2 weeks? 2 weeks. When she got flued out, she knew what time it was. What the fuck you mean 2 weeks? You talking about that's what he gets. No, that's what her ass get. The vacation over. Because this is what it is. A lot of these girls get flued out and they take these vacations from these older men that they're really not interested in, and they be getting their back blew out by whoever's out there. I had a girl on a panel. She told me that she got flued out by a man, an older man, and she met a younger man at the bar and was getting bent over in the parking lot. Never knew this man, never met him before. He's bending her over, blowing her back out in the parking lot while the guy that paid for her vacation is somewhere in the fucking room looking around. The OG's not wrong for kicking her ass out. OG not wrong for kicking her ass out. Man, get out.
No, you gotta go. I didn't pay for you to come to Miami for this. No, you gotta get up out of here.
But I'm not gonna do. I told you I'm cramping, my stomach hurt.
Hold on, let me start it over.
Your stomach hurt. How you been sitting here?
You said you could see if it was 2 days, but it's 2 weeks. Exactly. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, man. Your ass don't need to be out here no way on vacation. If you sick for the whole 2 week vacation, your ass should have been went home. Who goes on vacation sick for 2 whole weeks? Who does that? Carry your ass home.
Eating up all my stuff too much your stomach hurt. I don't give a damn about your stomach. You gotta go. Your stuff is already ready. You gotta go.
So you telling me that you putting me out because of my stomach hurt?
Yeah, your stomach been, whose stomach hurt for 2 weeks? You gotta go. Yeah. I'm not crazy. You gotta go.
Yeah, I'm not going.
You said you don't owe a man anything. She doesn't owe him anything, and he don't owe her ass anything. He don't. It's been 2 weeks. 2 fucking weeks. Her stomach's been hurt for 2 weeks. Okay, cool. It's time for you to go home. Like, shit, what we gonna make it 3 weeks? We gonna make it 4 weeks? What the hell are you talking about? It's time for you to go home. Shit, we can't go visit nowhere. We can't sightsee. Your ass don't want to get in no water. You can't eat because your stomach weak. What the hell is you doing here? It's time to go home, woman. What are you talking about?
You gotta go. I didn't pay for you to come to Miami for this. No, you gotta get up out of here.
But I'm not gonna do. I told you I'm cramping, my stomach hurt.
Your stomach hurt. How you been sitting here eating up all my stuff too much your stomach hurt? I don't give.
Now he said eating up all my stuff. Now that was petty. I'm not gonna lie. Him mentioning eating up all my stuff, that was petty. He didn't even have to say all that. All he had to say was, look, man, you been in this motherfucker 2 weeks. Your stomach been hurting for 2 weeks. I'm sorry, baby. It's time to go home. I wish you well. I hope you recover quickly. It's time for you to go home. I wouldn't even mention the food or nothing. It's just, hey, man, you been sick for 2 weeks. You might want to go check on that. You might want to go check on that.
Give a damn about your stomach. You gotta go. Your stuff is already ready. You gotta go.
So you telling me that you putting me out because of my stomach hurt?
Yeah, your stomach been, whose stomach hurt for 2 weeks? You gotta go. Yeah. I'm not crazy. You gotta go.
Yeah, I'm not going.
No, you gotta go. I didn't pay for you to come to Miami for this. No.
I don't know, cause some girls be eating a lot when they be on their cycle. Disciples. Some girls be eating a whole lot when they be on their cycle. So her ass might have ran through that $200 worth of food, man. She might have went on and put that down. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. She might have put that down. All right, chat, we finna get into this Steven Crowder, man. Steven Crowder had Pastor James David Manning on here. Now, if y'all know, this is the black pastor. Of course, Steven Crowder goes and gets him. It's the black pastor. All he does is talk about niggas all day. He kicked in Obama's back.
Let me ask you, what do you think?
He said Obama's mom was white trash because she slept with Obama's dad. He says that blacks don't have nothing going for themselves. They're the worst race and shit. This is this black guy. Now, he defends this by saying that he's against gentrification and he just wants the black community to get better. I don't know. All I know is that shit, his ass got a criminal record just like a lot of other motherfuckers. His ass went to the penitentiary just like a lot of other motherfuckers. His ass got out, changed his life around, and now he's preaching. I guess that's what you call it. But all he does is kicks in the backs of niggas all day, man. So that's just a little background on this fella before we even get into it. Hit the like button, chat. We're 9 subscribers away from 50,300. Can we get a quick 9 subscribers and hit the like button on your way in?
What would you say is the biggest problem facing the United States of America from perspective like yours? Our guest, we're going to bring him up here in just a moment. As I understand, we have him on the call. Sometimes, we have guests because you guys demand them. Like there have been times this church in Harlem since 19
recently.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that you went from being I don't want to say primarily controversial, but certainly to a degree, I don't think you shy away from it, to people going, oh my gosh, I agree, more of this.
There are 2 reasons. One is, and I believe, and some others may disagree with me, but the reason number one, and not that it's the most prioritized reason, is that white people have decided to let me have my say. They have began to promote.
White people have decided to let me have my say. White people have decided to let me have my say, bro. Like, oh my God, let's get more into it.
What is happening with my viral videos and the numbers is not being supported so much by the black community or by black people, but by white folk who decided, well, maybe I'm not going to be considered a racist by promoting or letting this man speak.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and let him say what he has to say. I'm going to let him on our broadcast. I'm going to share his.
So you hear what he's saying? Oh, I'm doing this because white people are allowing it. They're going to let me say what I want to say. This is how he gets paid. This is what we call a proxy, chat. We got to be wary and be watchful of these proxies. Now, he's going to try to dress this shit up like, oh, I'm doing this for the betterment of the black community. No, this is what you call a fucking proxy.
Videos with everybody else.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. The other thing I think is that, for the last 10 years, I've been a critic of Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And at first I was supporting and I endorsed him, the fella. But, and when I withdrew my endorsement and began to speak about him in ways in which they didn't think were so friendly, they withdrew their support from me. But recently they've come back home like chickens to the roost. And so I'm out there today.
Yeah.
The reason number 2, if you have.
Man, listen, I don't give a fuck, bro. We finna get on Pastor James Manning, man. We know what the hell is going on, man. We know they was allegedly running off with the church's money. The damn church got took in. We know your ass was robbing shit, went to prison, got out. I guess you learned how to ministry and got out. And now you in here talking about niggas all day, man. Your ass is a hustler. Trust me, I'm from the streets. I know a hustler when I see one. This nigga is a hustler.
At the time,
sure, yeah, absolutely.
Is that Jesus is soon to return. Now, I don't want to sound like one of these evangelical, Pentecostal, if you will, religious kooks, always talking about the return of Jesus. Not that it's not a valid subject, but I think a lot of people pimp it and try to profit from it.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Hey, Vince Jackson, we not fucking with James Manning. I'm just going to put that out there. We not fucking with James Manning. All right? Now, I'm not mad at people for being critical of black people, but when you're only critical of black people, that's when it becomes a problem. When you get on here and say the white man gave me my say, has allowed me to say what I wanted, I'm not fucking with that. I'm not fucking with that, man. This nigga's a proxy, man. I don't trust him. And we're gonna leave it right there. I hope he lives as long as he wants and never wants as long as he lives. We'll leave it right there.
he did say he's coming back. You know, the Bible does say that, so I'm not saying anything he didn't say. I'm just not trying to pimp it like some of these other people do. But as a result of that, I think there are a large number of black people who, beyond the assistance I've gotten from white folk, who are beginning to listen as well. And not so.
You said who said he's only critical of black folks? I did. And you said who trusts you? A lot of people. Chat, if y'all trust me in the chat, put one. Put one in the chat if y'all trust me. A lot of people trust me, nigga. Who is you?
Quick to condemn me or to condemn white folk that are supporting me. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that even if people are, for example, if they're Trump supporters, like I think he does more good than bad in comparison to alternatives. What you're talking.
Hey, everybody in here who say they don't trust me, mods, get them the fuck out. Everybody who says they don't trust me, get them the fuck out. Get them out. We don't need them around, man. We don't need them around, man. Get them out.
Talking about socially and what you're talking about as far as personal responsibility, those are still things people can get behind. Now, you deliver it in a way where I think for a very long time, white people behind closed doors would have.
Oh, I'm not bullshitting, mods. I'm not bullshitting. Like when I'm saying getting them out, like, hey, if you was trolling and playing and shit, now's the time to address it because my mods finna getting motherfuckers up out of here. Everybody that said they don't trust me, mods, get them the fuck out of here, man. It's one of those nights.
Agree with you, like, ooh, but I'll be considered racist if I say it.
Yeah.
And so now they go, well, he's saying it. So that obviously is a component to it, I think. And here's the other thing. You know this, right? If you go back, you go Colin Powell, you go Connolly, you go anyone who's spoken out.
Right.
The criticism is, well, they're not really black. You know, they're an Uncle Tom. Yeah. I don't think that's a.
Okay, what did you say? I don't trust you at all, you racist lying piece of shit. Well, listen, PA, AWOL. We're going to get you the fuck up out of here personally. We're going to pack your shit up and send you on the way. The elevator, escalator, or whatever the fuck you need is to the left, nigga. Get the fuck out. Chat, I don't know what's wrong with them, bro. It's like it's got to be the first time that they scrolled in here, man. Like, if you don't trust me, I really don't give a fuck. But for you to openly come out and say it, I mean, shit, what did you think was going to happen, nigga? You getting the fuck out. What?
Valid criticism towards you. I don't even think people have tried it.
No, not with me. No.
I mean, you know what I mean. You sound black, you act black. Like we're like, you can't say that. It's not some suburban think tank. Like, well, if a black household had more fathers, I mean, you're a black dude.
No, my complete identification card and all of my.
Now look, he said you big mad. This is what they don't get, chat. I'm not mad. It's fun for me. This shit is fun for me because when I block y'all ass and then when I just have a good feeling on me one day and I come back and I unblock all of y'all flood right back in here. You can't stop it. I can block you. You're going to go make another account, come back in here bitching, complaining. I block you, wait a week, unblock you. You're going to come right back in here bitching and complaining. You love me. Just say the shit. Just say you fucking love me. Okay, I love you too. Shit.
If you will, lifespan has been a black man's lifespan. I have not lived the life of Colin Powell or any of these other freaks that try to present themselves, you know, as wholly black. You know, Colin Powell said at the election of Barack Hussein, the long-legged Mac Daddy Obama, that he didn't want to be on the wrong side of history. What the hell was that all about?
I know.
So all of a sudden, he changed all of his conservative ideas. All of a sudden, that could go away simply because somebody said Obama was black. But no, my credentials.
You said, so you rage bait? I do a lot of shit over here. Man. Hey, call it what you want. Whatever name you want to put on that shit that makes you sleep good at night, do it, man. Do it. I promise you, man. I do a lot of shit over here.
Are black.
Yeah.
I've been to prison.
Steve Pittman said, I can only stand you for 30 seconds. Well, Pete, someone escort Pete the fuck up out of here. His 30 seconds is over. Pete said he can only stand me for 30 seconds, so I'm going to need Pete to have an escort. Somebody escort Pete the fuck up out of here.
I've spent time. I'm an ex-convict. I live in Harlem. I eat fried chicken, and I like hot sauce and cornbread.
Of course. Well, so does too. So does Hillary Clinton, the hot sauce. That's just, you know what, even white people are on board with that.
She carries it with her.
Let me ask you, what would you say is the biggest problem facing the United States of America from, perspective
Black
like
people.
yours? I thought you were going to say, okay, why? Please, go. I'll indulge me here.
You know, and listen, I don't want people to think that I'm flippant or that I am not serious, that I'm not a man of God, that I don't believe in the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ or the word of God, that I'm some sort of a, you know, just out there spouting off things to get views or numbers. That is not the case with me. I've been at this for 40 some years.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to tell you, and that I'm not here to beat up on black people, but black people are a burden and a stain on America. They're the biggest tax problem. And, you know, if you do a really good analysis, if you will, of what's happening politically, with the political candidates and what's.
So this is what I'm gonna say. Who the fuck is it then? Is it the black Americans? Is that the problem? Just last week it was the fucking Somalis. The week before that it was the Haitians. Remember last year was the Latinos. Now it's back to the niggas, bro. Like, oh my God. Like, damn. Make up your mind, nigga.
Black people are usually, and the benefits.
He look like Roland Martin people, man. This nigga look like Roland Martin people, man.
Or the programs that black people need are usually at the heart of all elections. Mm-hmm. You know, and not that people on Wall Street or billionaires don't have issues, tax issues, and that kind of a thing.
Of course.
But it's always about black issues, whether it's about health care, about education, about other kind of programs that are tailor-made to uplift the black people that are wholly dependent upon the government. You know, the tax and the white Americans should be concerned about this.
And this is what I'm trying to say. It's like, there we go. Like, the black population, yeah, we're going to go, oh, per capita. But black people are still not getting majority of the benefits. They're just not. They're not. Have y'all seen the fucking food banks? Have y'all seen the church lines and shit? Have y'all seen motherfuckers pull out that SNAP EBT card? Shit, it's going on. Everybody's using that shit. Black folks, white folks, Latinos, everybody's using that shit. What are we talking about here, bro? Cut it out.
Because taxation in America would be a whole lot less if more black men had jobs, if more black men took care of their children.
Listen, chat, I used to work at the damn plasma center. And I'm going to tell you, man, I used to see motherfuckers pulling up in damn C-Class Benzes, brand new Lexuses, and all kind of shit, donating plasma. Why? He's like, the motherfuckers is like, you know what? I come up here twice a week. That pays for my car note. I can drive this nice-ass Mercedes or whatever, and I just got to come up here for four times a week and shit. But they don't want their friends knowing that they in that bitch donating plasma. They don't want their coworkers knowing they in that bitch donating plasma. But they got that Benz out there, and they donating plasma. Man, it's hard for everybody. Motherfuckers is trying to get by. Cut it out, acting like black people the only ones doing this shit, bro. What's up, young Merv? Welcome in, young Merv. Appreciate you for coming through.
Children. Mm-hmm. If more black men fail to go to prison, if more black men honored America, there would not be the same need of federal taxation. I mean, black people.
Oh, and speaking of the plasma center, it was this one black man. It was a black man and it was a white man that did it. They donated twice a week for a whole year and gave out their whole donation card to people. Like they would buy someone a car. Like they would donate all year long, and at the end of the year, they will buy a car and gift it to a family in need. So you can't judge everybody by where you see them at. I said all that to say you can't judge everybody by where you see them at.
People, you know, the money that is gathered from all people, white and otherwise, to support black people is enormous.
No, that's right. I mean, I will say people would say well, total numbers are more white people.
No, you're not getting no $1,000 a month donating plasma unless you get in one of the special programs. Unless you got like a special blood type or you take one of them shots that change the makeup of your shit, you're not getting $1,000 a month. You're just not. I'm just gonna keep it a bean.
People, but I think you're correct.
But
the spirit of the entitlement, right? The candidates have to campaign for that demographic, and so they go, "We're not taking Coca-Cola off SNAP. You know, we're going to make sure Medicaid for all," and they know that they have a voting block to the tune of 90-something% with Black Americans, and nowhere else do you see that kind of uniformity. You really don't.
Absolutely, no, you don't. So I mean, you said it better than I can say it. That's it, and I think it needs to be said from the public arenas that this is what's going on. And I think these entitlements ought to be greatly reduced. And
see, this is the thing. I see y'all saying first month you might make 1,000. That depends on location, where you're at, and it depends. Like right now, times are hard. The economy's hard. Plasma centers are hiring right now. And let me tell y'all, one thing about it, when plasma centers start hiring, that means there's a demand. That means that people are in this bitch donating. That means that people don't have expendable funds. Straight up. So when that shit gets to going on, what do? They lower the donor fees. They only increase the donor fees when they need donors. They're flooded with donors right now. They're not giving out 1,000 a month. I'm just going to be honest.
Black folk ought to be left to root little pig or die. I mean, because not only is it destroying the taxation problem, but it's also destroying the integrity of black folk. They really, and I've lived around black folk all my life, they don't have a real understanding of the fact that you got to get out there and work hard. I mean, you got to bust your butts to maybe put bread on the table and to be able to keep a roof over your house, over your head rather. They don't have that full kind of sincerity anymore. I'm telling you, I live with them every day, and that's wrong.
I was going to say.
Another thing that people have to realize is that plasma centers are working on thin margins. Everybody has this misnomer that plasma centers are just making fuck tons of money, which they are making fuck tons of money, but the margins aren't as high as people think. The margins get high after the plasma is processed. After the plasma is processed and they make medicines or whatever the hell they're going to make it, that's when it's worth a whole fucking lot. But that's another company that's getting that money. The plasma center's margins aren't that high.
I was going to say, you know what? Okay, tell me if I'm wrong here. Here's my read, because, you see the critics, they go, just because he's black doesn't mean he can't hate black people. I go, no, I don't think you hate black people. Now, I've been around black people quite a bit, especially in the comedy world. My first manager was black. I have noticed this, where you have black people, men, my experience has been, they tend to be liberal, they tend to be part of the tribe, the unit, the club. And if they reach a degree of success, and
all right, chat, I need everyone to hit the like button. Also, we're 15 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Let's get the likes up in here. Let's get some comments rolling in here. I'm going to tell you like this. Whoever the hell is spamming in my chat, I'm not going to warn you again. Quit the spamming.
Single successful black friend of mine has told me this. If you reach any degree of success, you have every single third cousin asking for money. Well, the white man, I can't do that. Well, you can do it. I can't do that. You lucky. You got to give me some. And they'll say, like, they will be there. So we have to hide our success because we're not treated as though, hey, good for you. You created a business. Maybe I can do it. It's you must be lucky. So you got to give us some. And all of them go.
But that's not true. Like, damn, that's not true. Like, I have very successful family members. Some very successful family members. And nobody asked them for shit. Nobody. They come down, they may pay for the family reunion, the food and shit, whatever that's going on, but nobody asked them for shit. I got an uncle who has a body shop, probably one of the largest body shops in one of the largest cities in the state. He's been a millionaire since before I was fucking born. I ain't never asked him for shit. Nobody asked him for shit. Motherfuckers bring him business. How do you get helped out? Shit, he gives us discounts. Shit, some shit go on with the car here. Take it to He gonna get you together for the right price. That's how the shit works. Don't think that everybody's, you gotta get this, you gotta. No. Cut it out.
So that's why I just moved away. That happened when you started growing and becoming successful. They started trying to say, no, you don't get to do that. You must be lucky.
Yeah, they do that without fail. I mean, that is expected. That is a religion. You can make a denomination. You can even give it a God. When a black man does become successful, all the other blacks around him who have not been able to work as hard and don't understand the same process think that that black man, that his relative owes him a living. Mm-hmm. And it breaks up a lot of families. It's caused a lot of confusion as well. But yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, I would imagine you ran into it and you're like, okay, hey, wait a second. These people aren't my friends the same way that I thought they were. You're the people who maybe supported you when you went to prison, but then once you did well, like, hey, who are you?
Now, let me say this other thing. People say that I hate black people. I don't hate black folk. God knows, and if I did, I could say that I did. I say everything else I want to say. What I do want to say is that I love black folk. I don't think there's anybody riding or walking, black or white, that loves black people as much as I do. You know, I've educated, I've signed the graduation certificates of over 500 black children that would have been left to the ghettos of Harlem had I not pulled them up out of the streets.
You talking about you don't know how many people have asked just because you don't know. What people don't realize, blacks are a very prideful group of people too. A lot of black people will fucking go without before they ask. So just as y'all are saying, oh, black people, somebody get something they want to know, a lot of black people will go fucking without before they ask for a motherfucking thing. Cut it out.
And give them, and they've gone on to become doctors and lawyers and become a whole lot of professional people. You know, I've fed over 3 million meals. Now, I'm not sure that's always, I'm a little ambivalent about the fact that I fed so many black people, I fed so many meals, because that's also, you know, it bends towards the dependency factor that I think is a non-starter for black folk. But I don't, God knows, I tell you, I don't hate black folk. I don't hate anybody, quite frankly. That's unprofitable for me. I love my brother. I do. I love him. I love him. He just ain't got no damn sense. He just become, you know, he just become a nigga. And he doesn't realize. He raps and cuss. He doesn't take care of his children. He runs off. He doesn't understand the process. You know, what the hell am I going to say to him? What am I?
Hey, listen, I'm going to tell you like this. Saved Man and Wesley, if y'all don't like how I'm operating this show, get the fuck out. Straight up. I'm going to pause this bitch. I'm going to check shit. I'm going to say what I want to say. If you think I'm taking some out of content, go to Steven Crowder's page and watch this shit on your own. Hey, man. Or you can sit back and take your shoes off and enjoy the show.
I'm going to talk to him like he's he's not a nice guy. You know, like, he's violent. Tell him what the hell he going to do next.
Yeah.
What the hell am I going to say? Am I going to say, you're a nice guy. Come on, everybody. Everything's wonderful. Let's go to a nice restaurant, sit down together. Hell, that ain't going to happen.
No.
Because that ain't no weird.
When you say he turned into, N-word, tell me what you mean by that, he turned into, because obviously that's different from a nice black guy.
Like, he don't even realize, like, he's not laughing with you. This nigga Steven Crowder's not laughing with you. He's not laughing with you.
You're a nigga. I mean, you are a despicable human.
You said the truth always offends folks. Sometimes. I mean, trust me, when I get to calling out different ethnicities on they shit and I get to poking at them stereotypes, motherfuckers want to say, oh, that's just weird people. Oh, that's just weird people. Those are people with mental illnesses and shit. No, it's a fucking problem. And it's a problem in your community. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Being, you're less than human. You do not qualify. I mean, if you would give me a medical test, they would find some deficiencies in your ass. You are not human.
You said, yeah, I'm out. This channel sucks. Get the fuck out. Wed GD61. You put 61 at the end of your fucking YouTube name. Do you think somebody invited you in this bitch? Nobody invited you over here, man. Who brought 61? Who the fuck brought 61? Because you got to go too. You got to go too, man. Who brought 61 in here, man? Shit is crazy.
You're a nigga, and by the way, I've called some white folk niggas too, by the way.
I was gonna ask that. Like, does it work for everybody?
I might have a couple in my family, yeah.
No, but I would want people to know that I love him, nigga, and all. I want to help him.
Yeah. Yes.
You can't say that, Steven. You can't say that sentence.
No. Oh, sure you can.
I live in a 2-story walk-up. There's no elevator in the building, and the older I get, the more I wish there was an elevator in this building.
Yeah.
But I don't have to live here. I could move where the rest of the niggas, have moved to. I can move out,
Well, there's still quite a few there, so either way. Right where you are.
Yeah.
You'll find them, some have moved away, but, Harlem, obviously, it's not like there's scarcity.
But this is the problem when we had these conversations. When it comes to the black community, we can just blanket all of these cultural problems and shit. But when it comes to every other community, we want to pick and choose, or, oh, it's just these types of people or those types of people. But when it's cool to generalize niggas, right? It's cool. He should have only said the people who are sorry and don't take care of that. No, that's not what they want to say. They want to say that majority of black people behave this way. Majority of black people do these types of things. And that's just not fucking true. It's just not.
But let me ask you, but the problem is then you still do have to live in Harlem. And it's kind of like I'm sticking in Detroit to fix it. At a certain point, yeah, I don't know, but it's fixable.
No, it's fixable. It is, and I love Harlem. No, it is fixable. It is. The reason why, because I believe black folk can rise again. I think that we started going down a wrong path 70 years ago with Dr. King and the civil rights movement and the ability.
Now, mind y'all, this the nigga that went to prison for robbing and shit. Mind y'all, all this nigga up here talking this high holy shit, kicking in the backs of black folks. This nigga went to prison for robbery. This nigga went to prison for robbery, bro, and he's on his high horse, man. Crazy as hell.
Ability to use governmental processes as our way of gaining income. Black people don't manufacture anything. They don't manufacture one damn thing. They don't have a chain of Olive Gardens or Kentucky Fried or any damn thing. They don't have any of that. I mean, how in the hell can you exist as a people in a nation as economically strong as America, and you're not participating in this? Where black people are strong, extraordinarily strong, is in the political arena, running for office, and then once get into the office, developing programs, entitlement programs, etc., to support. The government is the business end of black people. They don't manufacture cars. They don't make locks and keys. They don't make doors. They don't sell roofing. They don't do that. They do politics.
Right.
And the more angry their politics, the more vile their politics. I mean, you got this person, this queer woman who runs Black Lives Matter living in a $15 million house. They're talking about Black Lives Matter, living in a white neighborhood at $15 million per house. I mean, but this whole business that white society, the economic powers that be, do not allow black folk to advance is pure BS. And I won't use the S word because that's against my standards. However.
Well, that's okay.
He can say nigga, but he can't say shit. Is crazy. He can say nigga. See, this is the thing. We got to stop acting like all black people have made it. Yes, there are some exceptional blacks. There are some niggas that done some amazing things. But as a whole, black folks haven't made it. And we're still trying to make it as a whole, a majority. When we're talking about these majority conversations, we're trying to get the majority to make it. That's it. That's all.
Some people say that Mamdani's a black man at heart.
He's a nigga. I don't know if he's a black man.
I knew it.
All right, man. Let's get these niggas the fuck up out of here. Let's get Steven Crowder and dude the fuck up out of here. All right, chat. We finna get into this judge. We're gonna get into the Mississippi judge speaking out on the Nolan Wells case. Everyone hit the like button. We're about to get into the Nolan Wells before we get into some politics. We're gonna watch this former Mississippi judge speak on the case. He did a full interview. I was gonna become a member over there to see the full interview early, but I didn't. So we just gonna watch the clip. Double tap the screen. It's for Hype Plus channel. Double tap the screen. Shut a live out chat. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Then we're going to get into Bart's lawyer went on Chris Cuomo's show and was defending Bart. So we're going to get into those two first, and then we'll see what Umar is talking about. Everybody hit the like button.
A lot of people are pointing fingers at their friends. From your professional opinion, what?
Damn, I done missed some gifted memberships. Hold on, chat. Otto Ward just came through, oh shit, with a 20 ball. Otto Ward just dropped 20 gifted in here, chat. I'm talking about a chunky 20, chat. Chunky 20. You know how you get the Chips Ahoy and you can get the regular ones. You can get the chewy ones. Otto Ward brought the chunky Chips Ahoy with that 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Otto Ward, for always showing up and supporting me, man. Thank you, Otto Ward.
makes them look guilty?
I wouldn't say it makes them look guilty, but it definitely makes them look suspicious. The friends did not act as friends normally do. First of all, if you leave your friend back, you're going to know exactly who they stayed with. And from the very beginning, it's been conflicting information. The young lady allegedly was named Katie, and she says allegedly that Nolan told her that he was going back with the friends he came with. And those friends are saying that he stayed back with Katie. So one of those two cannot be the truth. And what we do know is that Katie did not lawyer up initially. I don't think she still has lawyered up, but we are told that the so-called friends lawyered up initially. They deactivated their social media, maybe scrubbed some of their social media initially. That's very suspicious. Why would you do that if no foul play was expected or had occurred? Because people drown every year. And if you're just a witness to someone drowning, there's no need to be so afraid or
so fidgety.
So fidgety.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, a lot of things were going on as this unfolded, a lot of suspicious activity.
All right, chat. 1 second. I forgot to tell y'all that this episode is sponsored by me. We all have been hosting webinars. This is something that we built out yesterday on yesterday's webinar session. It's called Mini Me. It is a voice prompter. You can download it to your phone. We got about 20 people that have it on their phone as of now. We just built it yesterday. It's a voice prompter. It follows your voice. Like if you're recording a live video and you want your script right there next to the camera, you can drop your script in it via, you can copy paste it, or you can drop a text file in there. You can change it from light mode to dark mode. You can change the text size on it. You got different kind of fonts in it. It'll scroll for you automatically, or you can manually move it, or it can listen to your voice and highlight it, man. Join Prompts to Products to figure out how to build some things like that. If you are a creator and you are interested, don't want to pay that $7.99 a month for a voice prompter app, get with me and I'll get you a free version of this. I will get you a free version of this. All right, man. Thank you for that sponsored ad by me. That sponsored ad by me. We're going to get back into the show, man. We're going to get back into the show. Thank you for everybody that showed up to the workshop on yesterday as well.
A lot of people are pointing fingers at their friends. From your professional opinion,
Thank you,
what makes
Angel.
them look guilty?
I wouldn't say it makes them look guilty, but it definitely makes them look suspicious. The friends did not act as friends normally do. First of all, if you leave your friend back, you're going to know exactly who they stayed with. And from the very beginning, it's been conflicting information. The young lady allegedly was named Katie, and she says allegedly that Nolan told her that he was going back with the friends.
What's up, D-Nice? Thank you, Angel, for the jewels. Thank you, Gito, for the jewels. Everyone hit the like button. We're just now an hour in. I told y'all we were going to hang out for an hour, then we're going to get into the Nolan well. So we're an hour in. I need everybody to refocus, reset, go to the bathroom, get your drinks or whatever. We're getting into the meat and potatoes, man. Hit the like button. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal.
He came with, and those friends
Thank you, nobody knows.
are saying that he stayed back with Katie. So one of those two cannot be the truth. And what we do know is that Katie did not lawyer up initially. I don't think she still has lawyered up, but we were told that the so-called friends lawyered up initially. They deactivated their social media, maybe scrubbed some of their social media initially. That's very suspicious. Why would you do that if no foul play was expected or had occurred? Because people drown every year. And if you're just a witness to someone drowning, there's no need to be so afraid or
so fidgety.
So fidgety.
Yeah. Now, a lot of things were going on as this unfolded, a lot of suspicious activity. And
I seen a clip of Tisa Tell saying that it may have been somebody's grandpa on that fourth boat. Have y'all seen that clip of Tisa talking about it may have been a grandpa driving the other boat? If y'all seen it, I won't pull it up. But if y'all haven't seen it, we can watch it in a minute.
Kind of highlight a couple of them for you. The first was, his phone and keys were not on his person. How did you feel about that particular information? You got that.
That in of itself, the phone, if you're out boating and the water was so high, you normally would have your phone on a dry location. So you would have left it in the interior of the boat or something. But the suspicious thing would come when if he allegedly told them he was going to go stay on the island with a young lady, he would have retrieved his phone. You know for certain you don't have it on you. And so that's one of the first things you're going to do.
I would think I would give you the phone. Hey, yo, here's your phone.
He would have voluntarily, when it retrieved, or his friends would have reminded him of taking it to him before they got on the boat and left the island. They would have seen it. And definitely if they just happened to forget to give it to him, as soon as they got back to land, they would have taken it to his mother or his father and said.
Because were they not, he was supposed to be staying at one of their houses, right? Like a sleepover?
He did the night before, allegedly, yes.
So I think to me that was a question, okay, if he's not gonna go back with y'all, how does he get back to the house?
Mm-hmm.
Like if y'all was his ride, unless somebody else was supposed to be out there, that's where it gets a little blank for me.
Correct. Because his car was still at the friend's house. Yeah.
Right. Another thing that kind of came up, maybe that's considered suspicious, that they didn't let his family know, particularly his mother know, till like 11 p.m. or something like that.
Yes.
That he was missing.
And I didn't.
Ivan, this is a former Mississippi judge. I believe he held the position of judge for like 6 or 7 years in Mississippi. So he's experienced.
Understand that either, because if you believe the stepmom, they left Horn Island around 4:30. And so I don't know why.
I think that was the real mom. I think.
Now the judge is a stepmom.
She was out there too.
You said you think substances were involved more than just personal use? You think it was a deal gone bad? Nobody knows. What do you mean? More than just personal use? You think it was a deal gone bad or something?
She didn't go out there. The real mom went out there, but someone released a statement on Facebook, and I believe that was Ashley Cole, that recounted what I believe Warren had told her, Warren Hudson, that they left the island around 4:30. And so there's a lot of hours that would have passed between 4:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. So I don't know why they would have waited till 11 p.m. to call Miss Wansley.
Yeah, I think that was something that stood out for me, because it kind of helped support something possibly happening, things moving, things being.
You said, where's this energy for Chicago, Baltimore, Memphis, etc.? Shut your bitch ass up, MD. Didn't they say Baltimore crime rates is all the way the fuck down? They praising their mayor over there. Didn't Trump send the National Guard to Memphis and shut that bitch down? Doesn't America have the lowest murder rate since the inception of the country? Pick your damn battles, MD. Now, Chicago is Chicago. I give you that. But pick your fucking battles, man.
Deleted if you're kind of getting all that time, that time we don't know what's happening. Now, I also will point out another thing that was suspicious is the inconsistencies in their storylines when it first came out, like the timeline. I will kind of give this grace, but Warren's real mother said that they left around 5. There was a DM message that we had covered, and then his stepmother said around 4:30 is when they left. But I was noticing a lot of inconsistency in times. Were there other things that time-wise that didn't make sense for you?
Yeah, I don't see why the stepmother and the real mother would have different timelines. What did Warren tell them? The truth never changes. And so he should have told them both the same thing. And so that tells me that if they are giving inconsistent statements, that's in line with what his statement is different from Katie's. So it's too many inconsistent statements, and that's how you know somebody's not telling the truth. And now we can't determine who's lying, but somebody's lying out of the group, because all of that cannot be the truth. Somebody has to be inaccurate. So
and that's from your professional background of knowing that when it's inconsistencies, there's behind that is something else going on.
Yes, and so I had to make decisions in real time as a judge. I would sit there and listen to the evidence from both sides, and then I can make a ruling based on what's more believable or not. What was proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Another thing that was interesting, because some of this stuff has been like interesting, coincidence, suspicious. It's a lot to take in sometimes. But his body was found in the same area, part of the island, where where he was docked at, or was ideally last seen, I guess. How do you feel about that? Is that coincidence? Is it? Because I thought once your body hits the water, it's supposed to.
You said, why isn't he a judge anymore? I don't know. A lot of people go back to private practice because they make a lot more money, especially after they got that experience and those connections from being a judge. They go back to private practice, but I don't know. What's up, Joker? Everyone hit the like button. Everyone hit the like button, chat.
You get moved, or I don't know.
I'm no boating expert, but I find it suspicious that when the island was searched on the day before, his body was nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
And then to find it in the place where he was last known to be seen, if that's true, on Monday, 2 days later, that's very suspicious.
Yeah.
Was that body, did it just wash up, or was it planted there that morning?
Yeah. Did you just see the Cajun Navy's report that they put out?
I did see their report initially.
At least what I gathered that stood out for me.
And then it's always somebody talking about, and y'all still vote blue. What the fuck does the Democrats have to do with this? Like, some of y'all are so damn gone, bro. I mean, like, y'all just aren't fucking here. Like, y'all are somewhere else. Like, y'all fucking neurons and shit are firing on all type of different timings and shit. What the fuck does the Democrats have to do with this?
Was they pointed at there was no proof of the Triton boat taking on water. They don't have any, like, outside of the call, there was no other proof to say that it was taken on water. That's what I got from that report, which, I thought was rather interesting. But was there anything out of that report that maybe stood out too?
Yeah, I just found it very suspicious, the whole thing with calling CETO versus calling 911 or calling the Coast Guard if you were sinking, and then the CETO dispatcher asked whoever she was speaking to, did they need Coast Guard, and they said no. And that's not a normal response. If you're sinking and taking on water and about to lose your life potentially, you're going to want somebody very trained and professional that's close by to get there as soon as possible, and as many people as possible.
Yeah. Because it was interesting, the fact that the grandfather then called the captain directly and said, no, we good. Now, let's talk about the call. This audio call would leak. At first, the majority of us did not catch the background audio. That audio was then stripped, enhanced, or helped so people can hear it. And we hear a conversation that sounds like some foul play is happening. It sounds that way. I think I could say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what was your reaction to hearing that, the audio recording?
Yeah, when I initially heard the recording, I focused in on the conversation between the dispatcher and whoever the guy was. You can clearly hear what they're saying. I did notice initially that there was some faint sounds, a chatter, but I had not been able to decipher what was said. But when it was stripped by audio engineer or enhanced or without the use of AI, you can clearly hear certain things being said.
So, chat, do y'all think that audio was real or fake? Do y'all think the audio where they were saying Bart and all of that and Nolan and his chest, do y'all think that was real or do y'all think that was fake? Let me know down in the comments, real or fake in the comments. Double tap that screen, shut a live out.
And that led me to believe, wonder was Nolan actually on that boat.
Want to watch the full interview? Well, it's available now to all Hype Plus YouTube members. Cancel anytime.
All right, man. Double tap that screen, shut a live out. This is where Tisa is talking about. I seen some of y'all said y'all didn't see it. So this is Tisa talking about the fourth boat, man.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Listen, a breaking update in the Nolan Wells case, and I think this actually does change everything. You guys, we need to forget everything we know. I know what you're saying. Tisa, again, yes, again. Because we looked through the reports, we found evidence, we reviewed the C2 call, and we actually think we know who might have been on boat 4. And guess what? It wasn't a teenager. It wasn't even someone over 21, but it might have been somebody over 60. What am I talking about? You guys, a new theory has emerged in what happened to Nolan in his final moments. Who actually saw him and who everybody is avoiding and what this hoopla might be about. You guys, remember the name Jerry? Well, we actually reassembled the evidence because we looked over the MDR report and Jerry was on the scene. You guys, let's get into this, all right? Who is Jerry? Jerry is Wyatt's grandfather, okay? Now, let me walk you.
Let me say this, disclaimer, chat. Everything is alleged. None of this is factual. It's all speculation. Leave them families alone. Do not reach out to them. Do not contact them. Let this shit play out, man. YouTube purposes.
You through this little by little. Again, we're not accusing anyone. We don't know what happened to Wyatt, but I do think that Jerry might have been one of the last people to see Wyatt or been more on the scene than what we were led to believe. All right, let's get into this, right? Remember how this is a screenshot from the Cajun Navy report. Boat 1, Boat X, Boat 2, and Boat 3, okay? As you see,
she added 20 seconds, added a script, and lied about her credentials, so that's there, the audio. What did she lie about her credentials for? And what did she add? I watched her edit that shit. I watched her put an EQ on it and a high pass filter. Where did she add 20 seconds to anything? Where did she put a script in? She put a damn EQ on there and a high pass filter. What are you talking about?
they're focusing on Boat 1, Boat X, and Boat 2. We know that Wyatt took 2 boats out. Both boats were in his grandfather's name. We know Bart also had a boat. I will say Bart is 21, but I do not think he owns the boat. I think that might be his father's boat. Keep that in mind because we'll come back, all right? Now, you notice in the water right there, this is where the 2 boys, one has darker skin, one has lighter skin, had some type of confrontation, okay? This was confirmed by Warren. This was confirmed also by Tristan that there was some type of altercation. On top of that, someone named Matthew posted on Instagram, on Facebook, in the Cajun Navy report that there was something like an almost fight. Again, these 2 boys, are they about to kiss? They're in each other's faces. But maybe that's just how they do things in Mississippi. But let me get back to my point because I need to take you to the CTO call because there's important information that when you see my next evidence, I think it's going to change everything.
What's up, Carlos? Hey, I know a lot of y'all are riled up, but I'm going to ask everybody to please refrain from typing in all caps in the chat. We don't got many rules in this motherfucker, but typing in all caps is one of them. Hit the like button. What's up, Carlos? What's up, Max?
Everything. And we're going to go back to square one about what actually happened on Horton Island and who were the last people to truly see Nolan. Okay. Let's get into this. So let me play this for you really quick, all right?
We're in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
It's coming. Hold on.
All right, have to ask. What do you want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, where would you like it towed to, sir?
You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor.
You said she is also a felon? Hell, the president a felon. That's a lot of motherfucking felons out here, man. What do you mean? The lady that exposed her for having a criminal record, her ass had child endangerment charges. Like, shit. I mean, what do you want me to say? Motherfuckers be doing shit.
Or Fort Bayou launch.
Just pay attention. It's coming.
All right, how many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
Stop right there. Okay, seems simple enough, right? How many adults and children are on board? It is a simple, straightforward question, okay? This is Wyatt talking, we believe. Why? Because we hear people say Will, Warren, and Bart in the background. This is Wyatt. I believe that Warren said this was Wyatt. How many children on board? No. How many adults and children on board? Simple question. No, there's no children on board. Already that's odd, but listen to this.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this. You're saying she's a felon. Did you even look into what her felony was? You come in here saying, oh, she's a felon, like trying to discredit her. Did you see what her felony was? Because it ain't got shit to do with this. It got basically some shit damn near anybody can go through. It was some damn domestic shit. She looked like she got into it with whoever she was with. That's what it looks like. Looked like she got into it with whoever she was with. And the lady that exposed her had some damn child endangerment charges.
Mumbling as if people were feeding him information, right? It is a simple, straightforward question. This is like AAA asking, where are you? What type of car do you have? Okay, until he answered these questions, he will not be able to get assistance. He claims he is actually.
You said you've never had a felony? Shit, I'm not a felon either. And by law, I can say I've never had a felony. By law, I can say it too. I just keep it real with y'all. I just keep it fucking real. Yeah, I can say I'm not a felon. Legally, I can say I've not had a felony. But I don't do that.
Sinking, all right? We have to go over this because it's so important in the evidence.
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you going to answer? More.
Jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're doing.
Jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're doing. Again, he says Bart's name. Keep in mind that he says Bart's name. But Bart released a video where he's actually assisting towing.
Yeah, Fish, my record's sealed. It's over with. I got my voting rights back, my gun rights back, and everything. It's sealed. Like, I don't have to say nothing. I tell y'all, like, if I apply for a job, like, I can, when they say, have you ever been convicted of a felony? By law, I can say no. Because once you get it sealed, it's gone. It's not like it's gone. It's like it's never there.
So Wyatt is on the phone making a call for towing. All right? That making a call for towing, that he does not need because he is getting assistance right then and there. All right? Now, at the same time, do you know who is on the phone? Wyatt, who is called the CETO captain at the same.
You said it took yours 5 years. It took me 13. They had me by the fucking balls for 13 years, chat. 13 years. 13. That's why I am on fucking live stream. That's why I go to work and I come home and stream. Because I know they got a place for motherfuckers who want to play out there. That, trust me, they got a place for your ass out there. They had me on papers for 13 years. I'm not going back to that shit. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Time that just got off the phone, Wyatt's grandfather, Jerry. Again, how many adults are on board? Complete, there's mumbling as if somebody's telling him what to say or they're discussing it, and then it's muted. Complete silence. And then instead of answering her when she's like, hey, what's going on? Hey, Bart.
Thanks, Sam.
Blah, 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 blah. Almost as if you wanted to get that on. Again, seems very odd. You can't answer how many adults are on the boat, but it keeps going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There are 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Do you see how long it took him to answer after lots of mumbling? Nobody on here is over the age of 21. Okay, fine. It's very odd. What's even more odd is your grandfather's on the phone with the captain saying, don't come. You're on CETO being like, hello, we need to get unsunk. But yet you can't even answer the most basic questions for them to render assistance. Okay. At the same time, your own thing of saying Bart, according to the pictures, proves that you're actually getting assistance right then and there. So why are you even calling CETO? All right. So a lot of people are asking, how would his grandfather know that he didn't need assistance? Was he on the phone with his grandfather, or was his grandfather actually there and around? Listen to this. Now you see there's boat 1, boat X, boat 2, boat 3.
Now, I never thought about that prior to this video. I automatically assumed the kids called the grandpa because it's his boat. That's what I assumed. The kids call grandpa because it's his boat. Grandpa calls his buddy, who he knows runs the damn tow company. Now, Teetsa's throwing the damn curveball in there saying, hey, what if Pawpaw was out there? What if he was like live in the action and shit was going on and then he made that call? I don't know. We're about to see.
And Warren is on Palm Beach. Palm Beach is one of the boats that Wyatt, I believe, is owned by Wyatt's grandfather.
Edward says, nobody cares but her. You're solving the case, Nappy. Listen, Edward Jackson, GP4, I don't know what the fuck crawled inside your ass, but I'm going to need you to pipe the fuck down before we sit you the fuck down in here. A lot of people care about this shit. If you mad that we care about it, so what, Edward Jackson, G4P.
There's more. Hold on, y'all.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person, a person, a living individual on the boat?
More silence. Muted.
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, and that's when he goes to tell smart.
Hey, I don't know who the fuck came here typing in all caps talking about color boy. Yeah, go and get him the fuck up out of here. Oh yeah, I don't even know what the fuck you talking about, but you out of pocket.
But let me get into my PowerPoint presentation, and then you guys let me know what you think, all right? So listen, Warren was on Palm Beach. All right, good and ready. But look at this, y'all. Let's zoom in, right? Wait, what is going on?
Oh, now here comes Edward Jackson talking about you acting like you somebody. Listen, Edward, I never said I was somebody. You assumed that I was somebody. You assumed that I was somebody. Now, since you assuming that I'm somebody, we're gonna get into it. Yes, Edward, I'm somebody, okay? You can go tell your family that you talked to somebody today. Hey, I talked to a guy today. Who was he, y'all? He's just a somebody, you know. Really nice guy. He's a somebody. You can tell your family that shit. Because I know you don't have many social interactions in your real life. So go tell him you talked to Plug. He's a somebody.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, we're back. So here's the thing. Queen brings up a great point. So is that Grandpa Jerry on the boat with Nolan? If you notice, Warren was on Palm Beach. There was boat 1, boat X, boat 2, boat 3. Boat 3, you can only see the corner of that right there, okay? However, there were lots of other boats parked. Let's get into this. All right? We see the man that we...
Hold on. This chat does have a lot of somebodies in here, but we only acknowledging the Plug Nation somebodies. If you not Plug Nation in this motherfucker, you ain't nobody. I'm just gonna be honest. You might be somebody in your real life. You might be somebody but in this motherfucker, if you ain't with us, you ain't shit. Yeah, that's just straight up like that. You ain't shit.
We assume it's Nolan wearing the swim trunks.
And you don't gotta agree to be with us. We are the politically homeless. I'm the voice of the politically homeless. It's okay to disagree, but you can't go against this shit. You can disagree on the topics, you can disagree on the opinions, but you can't go against this shit, the community. You don't disagree with the community. You disagree on this, you disagree on that, you disagree on policy, you disagree on region. You don't disagree with the fucking community.
Trucks built like him, has the same skin complexion. As far as we know, there were only 2 black males on that island. One was Tristan, one was Warren, okay? But what do we
What's
spot
up,
with our
T-Double?
little eye? And this looks like it is the actual boat that was in the corner, boat 3. Hold on. Let's not forget that Wyatt had 2 boats owned by his grandfather. Now, this is a gentleman sitting here. We don't know if this is Wyatt's grandfather. Jerry, we don't know what's going on.
Now, we got this picture of this random white man. We don't know who this random white man is. She just said we don't know who it is. So, I'm sorry, random white man, if you don't have anything to do with this, but your picture's blasted up here, and now people trying to figure out who you are and if you've seen anything go on. But fair disclaimer, We don't know who that man is right there.
Do know that Wyatt feels comfortable. I'm sorry, Nolan feels comfortable enough to get on that boat. I don't know if he's getting a drink. I zoomed in. I can't tell if he's going into a cooler, if he's picking up stuff, but he is definitely chilling on that boat. All right? Is this a boat that Nolan actually rode in?
So that's Nolan for sure. That has been confirmed as Nolan, I believe. Listen, Gito, they can come in here and hate on the host, Gito. They hated on me since I was a little boy, like preschool and shit. Before, when I was in preschool, you know what I'm saying, wearing the little Nikes with my little striped shirt and shit, trying to be a Power Ranger, Gito, they was hating on me then. This shit ain't nothing new, man. This shit ain't nothing new. We the motion, Gito. We the motion.
See, here's the thing. They keep telling us that Nolan rode in on one of those boats, but the person we have telling us is Warren. Warren has not been quite, I don't know what the police asked him, but Warren has not shown us any proof, not a picture, not camera footage, not anything, that Nolan was actually on the boat he said he was and what boat he actually came in on. On top of that, Warren has not actually said who Nolan said he was going to come back with. Why would he know that information?
Where the fuck is Lala? Somebody add Lala in the Discord. Where the fuck is Lala at? Hey, somebody get Lala in here, man. Somebody add Lala in the Discord.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not something you normally ask, but Warren kept saying it's a small community of boaters. Everybody knows it's a very exclusive crowd. You would think that they would know, one, who Nolan was going on a boat with, especially if, according to them, Nolan was heavily drinking and so drunk. If you're out with somebody and they are wasted and they're like, no, I'm going with other people, wouldn't you ask who, or wouldn't you try to get on the boat? But let's get back into the grandfather, because I think, just hear me out, all right? Now, who knows if this gentleman actually is Jerry, okay? But why do you think I think that Jerry was actually on the scene? Because when Nolan was reported as missing, and when the MD...
No, this was in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, Reddy. This was in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And Tony, I have never heard of a Power Ranger soap bar. You had a bar of soap that was Power Ranger. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm kind of mad that I didn't get one, and I want to know what they look like and what it smelled like. What the hell was the Power Ranger soap talking about?
DMR opened a search or opened a case into this, right? They had to make a report. Now, we know that Bart Joseph Edmondson Jr. was one of the involved entities, okay? He was an involved entity. Bart's lawyer came out and said, listen, we talked to the police. We didn't care. We talked to the police. We didn't have any lawyers. We weren't scared. So I don't know what this has to do with us. Bart also said that he unplugged the, I don't know, tram or whatever it was, and then plugged it up. And he was the one that provided the tow. And he gave all this information, gave access to his phones. He was like, all right. Now, honestly, when Bart said that, nobody has come forth and called Bart a liar. Nobody has said that Bart's recollection is wrong. Why is that important? Because Warren literally said on the interview that he did with Officer Django that Wyatt was the one that did this. But here's the thing. Wyatt was on the boat with Warren, okay? And Warren said, Wyatt was on the boat. I'm sorry, Warren was on Wyatt's boat, okay? Wyatt had two boats, both in his grandfather's name, I'm assuming, out on the water. Who drove the other boat home? Okay, we see one involved party, Bart Joseph Edmondson Jr. Now, first I thought, oh, well, it's probably because the boats are registered to him. But that doesn't make sense because I do not believe that boat that Bart was on was actually registered to him. I think that's Bart's parents' boat. I mean, maybe he is 21 and owns a $300,000 boat. I don't know. But it seems to me that that boat would have been in his parents' name. So why would, and also they put Bart was an involved entity. Do you know who else was listed as?
Doom, I'm going to keep it real, Doom. Now, you know I fuck with you, Doom, even though you be coming in here trying to stick your big toe in the water and check the temperature and shit. I still fuck with you, Doom. You know that, right? But you came in this bitch, and your first comments was, do y'all want to start a race war? And now you talking about if y'all think America falls because of race, y'all stupid. What the fuck you got going on, dude? What's up, man? What's going on, dude?
As an involved entity. This is what I think everybody is looking over. Jerry Ralph Atkerson. Jerry Ralph Atkerson is listed in the official investigation point as an involved entity. He's listed as an involved entity. They even took down his driver's license number. Why would they do that? If he did not have a recollection of seeing Nolan, if he was not around Nolan, and if he was not on Horn Island that day, and also if he was not directly involved in some way to Nolan's disappearance. Why would they put him as an involved entity? Why wouldn't they put Wyatt, who was driving? Why wouldn't they put Warren, who was there? Why wouldn't they put anything? On top of that, think about it. Who actually talked to the police? They said they talked to witnesses, not and friends. Those are not the same thing. They could be, but they're not the same thing. Someone talked to the police and made the police believe that Nolan was drunk, hanging out on somebody's couch sleep. And it was enough that the police were like, you know what? He probably is. Never mind. And they called off the search, a search that could have actually gotten to him in vital time. Now, we're not blaming anyone, but we are pointing out the obvious. But let me get back to the point.
So I didn't know they called the police. I thought they just told the other friends. See, I thought when the friends called, I thought Warren called and was like, hey, what's up? Have you seen Nolan? I thought the other friend was like, he's probably drunk somewhere. I didn't know they told the police that. I thought they were just saying that amongst each other. Now, Tisa's saying they told the cops that. I don't know.
Jerry Ralph.
What's up,
Atkerson.
Najee?
Why is he listed as an involved party? Why has nobody noticed this? And what does he know about what happened to Nolan? What did he see? What's his time frame? And more importantly, what did he tell police? Because when you look at the police's reaction after they talked to people and the way it took the urgency out, I don't know. Again, let's think about it. Jerry Ralph Atkerson is listed as an involved person. Wyatt, his grandson, is on the phone while Bart is administering toe help, saying that he needs Sato. When they ask him,
Thanks,
are there any
Republic.
adults? It goes muted. He acts like he doesn't hear. It's very weird. It seems like to me he's being very, very cagey. You hear mumbling, you hear muting, you hear whatever. Let's also not forget that when they asked for the GPS coordinates were not exact.
What's up, Sleepy? Oh, yeah, everybody who was gifted a membership, too, from Art of War, be sure to tell Art of War thank you and make sure that y'all use those membership perks, man. Use those perks of the memberships, man.
Where they actually were, which is weird because the boat has GPS, your phone has GPS, and they could have actually sent a text that you just click on.
You say you think she want to be Candace Owens. I don't think she want to be Candace Owens. I think I get more like Tasha K and Oprah. I get Tasha K and Oprah from Tisa Tales. I really don't get Candace Owens.
But Wyatt would know that because Wyatt is a boater. Wyatt went out there with 2 boats. Warren, I believe, said he drove one of the boats out there too. But if Warren was on Wyatt's boat coming back, who drove the second boat back? Let's also not forget that it looks like both boats were in Jerry Ralph Atkerson's name. Again, why is he an involved person? Just like why is Bart? Well, we know why Bart's an involved person. But why is Jerry Ralph Atkerson? Now, if you say, well, Bart's there because he was driving one of the boats, that's great. But Bart's not the owner of the boat, but they put him down maybe as a driver. So then again, I say, why is Jerry's name as an involved person? Was he the driver of one of the boats? Did he see Nolan? Why was he involved? Did the police talk to him? Do you see what I'm saying with this, you guys? I think this is groundbreaking information. And I think this is a line that I hope the police, I hope Ben Crump, and I hope those boys that are searching with justice actually pull through. Why don't they start by investigating what's going on with the MDMR report? Again, a lot of stuff happened. Again, Here we go. TMZ reported that some witnesses told law enforcement that Nolan was heavily drinking when they saw him that fateful weekend. Witnesses, not friends, but witnesses. Could this be Jerry? He's an involved person. He talked to the police. He had to, because how did they get his driver's license and his name? But Nolan's mom, as you know, says his narrative is BS and doesn't hold up. She said, if you were in our situation, how would you feel if there were millions of people who were saying, oh, hey, well, he was at an island. He was heavily drunk. Again, the mom didn't buy it, but I'm interested to know what the grandfather had to say. Let's also not forget, well, I'll get into that in another video. I think I've given you guys enough to actually think about. You guys, again, why's Jerry?
All right, man. Double tap that screen, shut live out chat. We're going to get into some of this Bart's lawyer. Then we're going to get into that Umar. We're going to get into that Umar.
Somebody saw something. Somebody may have seen everything. And the investigators may well know who that person is. But is it Bart Edmiston? Was Bart on that boat helping or hurting? And how do we know? Did Bart know the young lady that may have been with Nolan Wells? Was he jealous? Those pictures you've seen, are they accurate? Are they fair? That audio you've heard, is there a basis? What does Bart Edmiston say about that audio? What does he say? Now you will know. Here is his counsel, Russell Latino, who is representing Bart Edmiston Jr.
His last name is Latino. That's crazy, bro. I be damn. That's
21
crazy.
years old.
I've never heard
Knew
of the
Nolan
last
Wells, was part of that group of boats and
What's
friends
up,
that
Anastasia?
went from the coast of Mississippi out to Horn Island together. That is all true. He knew Nolan Wells.
Cynical says God named himself Plug. I didn't name myself that, Cynical. If you know, you know. I didn't name myself that, for the record.
He was part of that group. But which part? And what happened? Here's what we know. Counsel, thank you for joining us once again. And just to be clear with the audience, Russ Latino, real last name, Italian, sounds Latino. I thought it was a marketing ploy. He says no, but it works a lot of different ways. Counsel, thank you for taking the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. All it literally means is somebody that speaks.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this shit is damn near an oxymoron. Like, his last name is Latino is crazy, bro. And he don't look Latino at all. That shit's crazy.
It's Latin, which, as you well know, originated in Rome. So it's a commoner's last name.
Oh, okay.
Also happens to be the word associated with an entire ethnic group. So it's confusing.
It works a lot of different ways. Let's leave it as that. It's adaptable. So before we go broad, let's go narrow. Is there anything new in terms of your client and your pursuits?
No, I mean, look, we're monitoring the things that are being said across social media. I think in the next week, there'll be additional activity around some of the accounts that have sort of driven some of the most, what we believe are egregious narratives around my client. I think the reality is that the internet is fickle. And so at some level, as other people insert themselves or other names come out, the internet has a way of rotating between people, and they're assigning different people.
You see what I'm talking about? White Buffalo got the idea. I was the plug for all kind of shit, White Buffalo. He said if you needed Beanie Babies back in 2010, you could have came to me to get them. That's the kind of shit that was going on, man. I was gonna get it in your hand. Straight up. That's the best way I can put it, man. I was gonna get that shit in your hands. But we reform now, Chad.
Culpability based on the day.
So, to review, your client was there that day. was not an intimate, was not part of the group that has been framed as being with, framed meaning pictured with Nolan Wells. He was on the boat. He was heard. He was witnessed assisting his buddies who had a problem with water getting into their boat. They called CETO during that call. There is now a version of the call that seems to depict a chaotic scene happening at the same time as the caller's calm, kind of pro forma phone.
All right, so do y'all trust Bart's lawyer? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do y'all trust Bart's lawyer? Thank you, Karen, for the $5 super chat. I hope you're having a great weekend, Karen. Welcome in. Good to see you. How much, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do y'all trust Bart's lawyer? You said a reformed Beanie Baby salesman is crazy work. Man, I'm telling you. There ain't no telling what was inside them Beanie Babies, man.
Call with CETO, which is an assistance service for boaters, about him taking on water. Your client wound up fixing that problem for them. But first, what has been alleged by these accounts that you are monitoring about the involvement of your client?
Yeah, so let me back up and just clarify when we say the boat that could be confusing to some people. I mean, there were hundreds of boats that were out near Horn Island that day, hundreds of people that were out on Horn Island that day celebrating the 4th of July. It's a big holiday weekend. Within a sort of Confederate.
Hey, get Dante the fuck out of here. Max, I want Max to do it. Don't nobody move but Max. Max, get Dante to put 86,000 seconds on Dante head, man. Put 86,000 seconds on Dante head. This nigga been coming in my live chat for 2 years, bro, asking for $5. Talking about he hungry, man. Hell no, bro. Get Dante the fuck out of here, man. He's been doing this shit for 2 years, man. 2 years. I had like 6 viewers, chat. I had like 6 viewers one day. This nigga came through my chat asking for $5 and shit, talking about he hungry, man. Bro, I had like 150 subscribers, bro. Get him the fuck out of here, bro. You ain't shook back in 2 years, nigga. It's not gonna happen for you, my boy. It's not gonna happen.
Of friends, there were 3 boats that went out. One of them was piloted by my client, who piloted the boat out and then back to his house. At no point was Nolan Wells, the young man who tragically lost his life, on my client's boat. Around 4:30 that afternoon, one of the boats experienced some problems with its bilge pump and started taking on water. One of the individuals on that boat called my client and asked for help. He proceeded to give help, in part by getting on the transom of the boat and helping to remove the plug at the back of the transom of that boat. For people that don't boat, that may not make, that may not be something they understand, but literally they were just.
All right, so this is the statement. We're going to read the statement out. You say he been trolling for 2 years. He's not trolling. He's fucking begging, chat. I don't even ask for $5. Have y'all heard me say, hey, can someone send me $5? Can someone send me any amount of money? Have y'all ever heard me say that on here? How the fuck does he get to come in here and do it? No, nigga, get the fuck out. I say support the channel, hit the live. If you want to donate, donate. Shit, I need it. Damn, I need it. But I don't say, can I get $5? Like, that shit's crazy. Get the fuck out of here, man. But this is the statement from the family. When a nearby boat suffered a mechanical malfunction on the afternoon of the 4th, Bart Jr. gave advice and direct aid to the distressed vessel. As a part of this, he boarded the distressed vessel, removed the transom plug, got back onto his boat, and towed the distressed vessel for a short distance. These actions allowed water that had accumulated on the distressed vessel to drain. Bart Jr. believes that more than 20 passengers were spread across 2 boats to witness these events. Others may have also witnessed them from the water or the shore.
Just opening up a hole so water would drain.
What's up, Ms. Bones?
Saying this. And then my client got back on the boat that he was piloting and towed the other vessel.
Thank you, Knife Moss, for the $5 donation and said, I hope that guy gets $5 someday. I don't. Man, listen, I don't, bruh. listen, I promise to God, in 2 years, this nigga could have started a YouTube channel, got 1,000 subscribers, 500 watch hours, and been fucking monetized. He would have he would have at least made $5 worth of fucking AdSense, nigga. You been begging on YouTube for 2 years, nigga, and you ain't made a channel. You ain't posted a fucking short. You ain't posted you ain't pressed live yet, nigga. Hell no, man. Get this nigga $5. Thank you, Michelle, for the $5 donation. I thank you for your continued support, Michelle. It's always good to see you in here.
For a short distance, allowing that water to run off.
You guys know I'm always looking for simple things that can help me stay on top of my game, especially when it comes to hydration.
Thank you to Skirk for the $5 donation. Thank you to Skirk for showing up and supporting the channel. That shit is crazy, Dante.
Completely irrelevant to the events surrounding Nolan Wells.
Tony said he could have went to HVAC school in 2 years. Man, he damn sure could have, man. 2 years is a long time, bro. Listen, 2 years is a long time, bro. That shit is 2 years, bro.
Except for this. If Brad, in quotes, or Bart.
Like, I'm not saying you got to have the shit all the way together in 2 years, Chad. I'm not saying you got to be a millionaire in 2 years, but damn, nigga, you still need $5. You ain't ate in 2 years.
In quotes, or Billy, in quotes, because your client is referred to by multiple different names, not by you, not by him, but by people on the internet. Sure. If he was not killing Nolan Wells, what else was he doing? This is what we understand. Why would you pull the plug out of a boat? Wouldn't that make it sink? No, depends on the configuration of the hull and the placement of the plug.
What's up,
because
Karen?
sometimes, especially with smaller boats, if they're taking on water, let's say from 20 people drinking beers sitting on the back of it at a party, it can overwhelm a bilge pump that is old, not properly maintained, or has a float switch that gets stuck. And any of those things can happen and you are in a bad position. However, if you
said Dante is low-key a day one, but he's not the right kind of day one, bro. Like, I don't even want to give him credit for day one because he's never commented anything other than begging. He's never said what's up. He's never hung out for a damn segment of the show and commented, man, that motherfucker come in this bitch with his hand out. Like, and he's not anybody's plus one. I don't even know where Dante's from. I just know it's a nigga named Dante that's always begging in my chat. Like, man, that's not a good day one.
You know what you're doing. You can pull the plug and then drag the boat so that it goes fast enough that it rises above the level of where the hole is. So instead of allowing water to come in, it allows water to drain out. And then you put the plug back in nice and quick, and you don't have water in the boat anymore, but you do have to address the bilge pump, which you do at a later time. That is
No, Dante is not like, all right, we're going to get to the video. I'm done addressing Dante after this. But Dante is not like the guys at the gas station, because at least at the gas station, a motherfucker try to wash your windows, pump your gas, maybe sell you a little za. They got something going on. This nigga Dante ain't got shit going on. I don't even think he hit the like button. This nigga come in this bitch, copy paste that damn begging ass chat and move the fuck on. No, hell no. He's not an OG. No.
an operation that a lot of boaters know, a lot of boaters can do, and that is the involvement that you are saying, counsel, your client had on that boat as it was leaving.
Yeah, that's correct. And the end result.
Are you impressed that I nailed it, by the way? Are you impressed that
I
I
want to
nailed
know
it?
who you've been talking to. Are you a boater?
I am a Coast Guard captain, certified, and I have been talking to all of these different people and families and people close to the investigation, and a lot.
When the fuck does Cuomo have time to be a Coast Guard captain? Is this a side mission? Cuomo goes on side missions as a damn Coast Guard captain is crazy. That's crazy.
Vocabulary, new vernacular. A lot of people see this story very one-dimensional. Mississippi, racist, one black kid, a lot of white kids, the system protecting, and none of this boating stuff makes sense. The boat wasn't sinking. That's a lie to cover a murder. I understand boating differently. I understand investigating differently. I know the operation you're talking about. It is absolutely plausible that this is what was going on. And there are multiple witnesses who say this is exactly what they witnessed going on.
And let's be very clear about the multiple witnesses, because I think there have been some narratives set based on pictures that are not accurate. So very early on, the narrative that was set was we had one picture with Nolan and 3 friends that are white on the back of a boat. And I think a lot of people developed the thought, okay, 4 friends went out on a boat together.
3 came back.
Only 3 came back, and they went to some desolate place. The reality is they went to a place with hundreds of people. There were way more than 4 friends. It was a mixed race group. So it wasn't just that Nolan.
So I'm going to ask the chat, how many of y'all thought it was just those 4 on the island? At first, I did. At first, I didn't know Horn Island was a large island. I didn't know. I thought it was like they went out just hanging out and shit. But once I realized, oh, it was the 4th of July, it was a lot of people out there, that was probably maybe the next day. It didn't go on long. But like now, I don't know, a lot of people are coming into this case. Like new people is catching more people's attention every day. So maybe some people do think that picture is from that day. But ever since like the damn 5th or 6th, we knew that picture wasn't from that day. Maybe the 7th. Maybe it was like the 7th. We knew that picture wasn't from that day.
Was the only black friend in the group.
Which explains some of the pictures out there of mostly white party goers with a black guy, and they just assume if it's a black guy, it must be Nolan. He was the only one. The pictures are not accurate. They're not even, some of them are not even from that day. And you're saying that your client says Nolan was not the only.
Y'all see how that goes? Look at the 2 comments. Jane says, you're telling old stuff, and then White Buffalo comments right after Jane said, I'm just now learning about the case. See, a lot of people aren't just all the way up to speed on this shit. Just because we've been covering it a lot, new people are getting hip to this case every day, like I just spoke about it. That's crazy.
Only black guy.
Well, I don't know that my client is saying that. I think a lot of witnesses are saying that. I think Trayston Shepard, who is black, has said that he was out there. I think Javon Williams, who is black, has said that he was out there as part of that group. And look, I want to be very careful not to name people who haven't already inserted themselves by talking to media, because this is a witch hunt. I mean, at this point, any name that comes out, people assume that person is a new culpable suspect. But both of those gentlemen have chosen to talk about what happened while they were out there and to make the point that Nolan was, in fact, not the only black friend in that group.
Understood.
I say all that to say that there have been narratives set throughout this discussion that are false narratives and that have allowed people to develop a perception of what Horn Island would have looked like or what Nolan would have experienced that is in no way accurate.
Understood. Why you're proffering that, and consistent with what I understand of the investigation. Now, have to say, frustrating. The unknown is very powerful as a narrative device, especially within the true crime space, maybe uniquely.
Yeah, so we do know it was Nolan, Trayston, and what's the other guy? Javion, however you say his name. Everyone hit the like button, chat. We got to get the likes up in here. If you're just now coming in, be sure to hit the like button, support the channel. Also, we are about 17 subscribers away from 50,400. Can we get a quick 17 subscribers? I'll give y'all a free voice prompt, a teleprompter. I'll give y'all a free teleprompter download, man. We just got to get the subscribers up.
So, the investigators, since the initial, what I say, in my opinion, was the wrong way to come out of the box in this situation, after that, they have said almost nothing because it's all being presented to a grand jury. That level of secrecy is rare, but is righteous. That's how it should be until the grand jury figures out whether it's.
You said you would give me a free boat ride. Don't type in all caps, but I don't want to get on your boat. Let me drive the boat. Let me drive the boat. I'm not going to get on your boat. 1, because I don't know you. 2, because you typed in all caps and I think you're aggressive now. 3, it didn't sound like you have the best intentions at heart. So no, I'll pass on your boat ride, and I hope everybody else follows suit. Thank you, Karen, for the gifted membership. Forsaken, you just received a gifted membership from Karen. Be sure to tell Karen thank you. Thank you for always showing up, Karen.
It's going to hand up an indictment.
You said dude can't drive a boat. You damn right I can't drive a boat. As of today, I cannot drive a boat, but YouTube will teach you how to do anything, man. We're going to YouTube it. We're going to go get our boating license from Miss Puff. We not going to be like SpongeBob. We're going to go holler at Miss Puff. We're going to get our boating license and shit. We're going to be good to go.
Or not. And then the investigators have more of a clear path, as
Thank
do
you, Peace.
anybody who wants a FOIA request or to get more information. So that is a semi-secretive proceeding. The fact that nothing's coming out is not necessarily suspicious. The early indication, I think, triggered a lot of people. I think rightly so, especially Nolan Wells' family. But that's my opinion. I put it to the side. Germane to your case or your concern, that conversation from the sweetened audio where there's...
And I'm going to be honest with y'all, chat. I'm not getting on no boat that it ain't no fishing going on. Straight up. All that recreational, laying out and shit, listen, I'm not with it. If it ain't no fishing going on, man, what the fuck am I on the boat for? I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm one of those, chat. I'm not out there, hey, let's have fun. Listen, we putting them damn poles in the water. Straight up. What the hell is going on?
One voice calling Cito, I have an account, we've got a little problem. Kid doesn't sound panicked, is very pro forma, saying he has an account because they charge you different things if you have an account or if you don't. And then there is a background conversation which sounds terrible. Sounds like there's blaming and about Nolan waking up, and Nolan may well be there by the nature of this.
You said, what about a beautiful boat full of dimes? Them hoes better have a damn reel. Them hoes better have a tackle box. Them hoes better have some bait because we fishing on this boat, man. I don't give a damn who's on the boat.
This conversation.
Cito Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
Oh,
Thanks, Sue.
How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
What'd you say? Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
What is your position on the veracity of that sweetened audio?
So let me...
Yeah, straight up. Thank you for the jewels. Thank you everyone for the gifts. Let me shout out everyone who supported the channel so far. I know I'm gonna miss some people because it doesn't show everybody. Thanks, Sue. Thanks, Peace, with this puzzle. Thanks, Steve, for the jewels. Thanks, Gito. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Sir Carl. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Knife Maw, Karen, and thank you, Art of War, Young Merv, Lowry, and No B for supporting tonight's stream. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, man, we getting on that boat, we gonna have some zip codes or something on there, chat. I mean, damn. You can have a little push button, you can get a damn Dora the Explorer, Spider-Man ride, a pocket ride. You can fish with some damn dental floss for all I care, man. It's some fishing going on that damn boat. Straight up.
Address a few things that you said there, and then I certainly will address the audio. There were more than 20 people between those two boats that witnessed what happened between those two boats that were on those vessels. There are, in fact, pictures of who was on those vessels and video of who was on those vessels. There were also a lot of people that were in the water. Like when we're talking about the aid that my client provided to the distressed vessel, it wasn't way out in the water. It literally was while they were still anchored next to Horn Island. So
Understood.
You're talking about dozens of people that saw what happened there.
Understood, which makes sense because an experienced boater, which these kids are, they go to the island all the time, they fish all the time, they're around boats.
You said the boys and I will give you the Nolan treatment. Well, how about this, Boris? How about this, Boris? How about we just go ahead and box you up right now? I'm not even going to say who treatment we're going to give you. Like, we just going to box you up, man. Everybody tell Boris good night. You know, he'll no longer be loud around. Yeah.
You don't take off if you're taking on water. You try to figure out what it is and what to do about it.
I was going to say something really mean, chat, but a lot of y'all would have left. So I spared Boris, you know, because I want to keep this live stream up. Just know I had a really nice comeback for you, Boris, but I spared you because I want to keep this stream up.
Before you leave. I mean, I've been in exactly that position. It makes sense that it would have happened while they were still stationed.
So and so let's also, as we talk about the audio, acknowledge what you said about why investigations stay quiet the way that they do. Because I actually think the audio is a great example of why investigations stay quiet. You know, that audio gets released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. A version of it, it's not clear that that was the original audio. And then people take it and try and pick it apart. So you have mentioned enhanced audio and different things that people have heard. It's worth noting that there's been more than one source of quote unquote enhanced audio, that audio appears in different lengths, that different forensic experts have said that there are quote unquote artifacts that were added to the enhanced audio, that music was removed from the enhanced audio. And so all of those things should create a degree of skepticism. The other thing that I would say is that if you listen to even the enhanced audio, and News Nation had a guy on recently, Robert Freed, who talked about this, who is an audio expert. You know, if you listen to it without the transcript that some people have put on top of it, even the enhanced audio is garbled mess. And so what I would say is, you probably are aware of this. There's all sorts of scientific research on this about the way the human brain processes and offers preference to certain types of input. There's a visual input preference over an auditory input preference. There was a famous experiment done around this, Chris, where two groups of people were put into separate rooms with a noise that didn't say anything. And they were told, one group was said that the noise was the word green needle, or words green needle, and the other was told that it was the word brainstorm. And they got put back together, and they both swore vehemently that they had heard either green needle or brainstorm because they had that visual cue. So I think there's a reason that reputable outlets have chosen not to run enhanced audio, because if you're a reputable outlet, you try to figure out who put this together. Did they start with the original so that we know it wasn't corrupted from the beginning? Is there evidence of corruption that we can detect? Are the links the same? Mm-hmm. Does that person have bias? These are the questions you'd want to know before you put something in front of people with a written transcript that tells them what they should be hearing. And then
I can advance what information is out there. But I am, unlike many people in this space, very wary of context. Knowing that there is water in cavities in the body, I get what it's suggestive. I get that it's consistent. I've seen this many, many, many times. It does not let me know conclusively what led to the water being in the body. That's what I'm saying. Similarly, the the blood alcohol content. Again, I could be drunk as a skunk and you could drown me. So now I have a very high blood level of alcohol, but I also didn't drown from being drunk. So you got to stay open. Very rarely is one piece of information dispositive of an analysis. And I believe that's where we are. And I get that they don't want more information to come out until they're ready to do it and to present it the way they want to. And I cannot question that, but for one thing, counsel, which is, again, outside the wheelhouse of your representation, but relevant to you as an officer of the court and as a citizen of the area. Coming out of the box hot, saying this is tragic, we have the body, we have no proof at this time of any foul play. There was no need to put that last part that way. They could have just said there was nothing obvious in our initial assessment of the body to explain what happened here. We are investigating. I think had they said it that way, this may not have escalated as quickly as it did.
So what I would say is I don't have the statement directly in front of me, but I think the statement was actually much closer to your version than the version that has been framed. My recollection is not that authorities ever came out and said there's just no foul play, point blank, the investigation is
No,
over.
they did not say it that way. You're right. They
And
said
so
we don't have any evidence of foul play at this point.
At this point, but it's an ongoing investigation, right?
Right.
And so I think, that's actually not uncommon in the sense that, like, you're able to examine a body and see that there aren't signs of defensive wounds.
But he said that before the body was found. They hadn't even found the body. When they first said no evidence of foul play, Nolan was still missing. I don't know what this guy's talking about after they examined the body. No, they said that shit before Nolan was even found.
And things of that nature. I understand your point, which is people interpret it one way. It became a narrative as to, did these folks jump to a conclusion too fast? Well, what I would tell you is this, and I just want to reiterate. I think that people have every right to be skeptical. I think people have every right to have opinions about the quality of an investigation. I would say that a learned opinion would wait to see what the investigation actually uncovered. But people have the right to have those opinions. I think where it gets dangerous is when you presuppose a verdict, when you presuppose that certain people are culpable. So I don't fault anybody for asking hard questions. I do think that we're living in a society, Chris, where it is much easier to let our ADHD or our attention deficit get the better of us because we feel entitled to answers. Like something gets us fired up as citizens and we immediately feel entitled to answers. His family's entitled to answers. The people in the community are entitled to answers. There should be transparency, but there are a lot of people who view themselves as internet detectives, and their sort of short attention spans are so consuming that instead of waiting for facts, instead of waiting for evidence, instead of waiting for the investigation.
So, right, yeah, he went missing July 4th. They was talking about why he was missing on the 5th, that there's no evidence of foul play. That was a little crazy because y'all haven't even found him yet. Don't even know if y'all are going to find him at this point. Then they found them the next morning around 8:45 on the 6th.
They create their own theories, their own facts that are completely baseless. And I think that's dangerous. And candidly, it's not just dangerous to people like my client. It's dangerous to the process.
That's what's up, Ed. You like this channel, Ed? Didn't I just talk crazy to you earlier? See how that goes, chat? Ed is a trooper. I think I just talked crazy to Ed earlier. He stuck it out like a trooper, and now the channel's growing on him. See, that's what this shit is about. We ain't got to agree on everything. Just don't go against the community.
Let's assume in a case that there's actual foul play, whether it's this case or any other case. If you've got 100 theories that have been put out and then debunked, you arguably have created reasonable doubt if the investigators actually believe that there's something and someone to go after. I think that people need to think about this, not in terms of just the damage that they're causing to individuals who are.
All right, what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is not a speculative or imaginary doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense arising from evidence or lack thereof presented in a trial. If reasonable doubt remains after consideration of the evidence, the jury must acquit the defendant.
Innocent and are being wrongfully accused of stuff. I think they also need to think about it in terms of the damage to the process itself.
Yeah, I think that there's been an erosion over a long time. I think it's a balancing interest. For instance, I believe that other than some cases involving minors, I think there should be cameras in every courtroom. Why? Because I'm older than you and pretty much everybody watching this right now. But I remember when it was trust but verify. We are not there anymore. as a lawyer, as an officer of the court, as a longtime journalist, we're not there anymore. People don't trust me. They don't trust you. They don't trust these cops. They don't trust anything. And we understand why. Good reason, bad reason, no reason. We are where we are. Now I believe it's the reverse. You've got to have transparency. You've got to let people into not the investigative process, of course, but we have to err on the side of transparency. And now you have a revenue model that is based on speculation.
He said all court appearances should be able to be recorded or televised or filmed outside of involving minors. I agree with him. I
have no problem with curiosity. I have no problem with people saying, "Oh, this Russ Latino man, he answers everything like a lawyer." I don't know. I don't know that I trust him. That's okay. That's a fair opinion. Lawyers are a little cagey. You can feel that way about it. And I don't like that Bart isn't speaking for himself. Okay. And I don't know that I believe I heard something. It's all good. It's all fair game. There is a line that no longer exists, which was, yeah, but you're saying something as a matter of fact that is really just an opinion and is based on something that isn't true, that you know isn't true. That is now a common consideration, and it is all over the place. I believe it's actually, believe this or not, Russ, this will be hard for you because this is your world. It's better here than it is in politics. It's better here. You've got a better shot at defending yourself here than you do in politics.
Yeah, and that may very well be true. And also, I could care less if somebody looks at me and says he's a lawyer, so I'm not going to trust him. People can say whatever they want. I care an awful lot about the process being legitimate. I care an awful lot about the things that I think have made this country great. And, we talked about this on your program, but we're celebrating 250 years. And Chris, if I'm honest, I'm worried about whether or not we get another 250. Because a lot of the bedrock concepts that I think did make this country great, if you're talking about the rule of law, if you're talking about the presumption of innocence, if you're talking about due process, those things are being dramatically eroded by a culture and some of the assumptions that are based in things that happened in the 1950s or 1960s are in fact no longer representative of Mississippi, right? I think that there is a universe in which you can recognize the past and because of the past understand why there's skepticism or lack of trust. But the past is not evidence. The past might generate that skepticism, but by itself is not evidence. And I think you've got to factor in the truth that Mississippi is a state with about 37% of our population that is African American, that there are millions of positive interactions, on a weekly basis between white citizens in Mississippi and black citizens in Mississippi in a way that can't.
Nobody is saying that it's not. We're saying that some shit can go on. And we know some shit can go on because shit done went on before. Even back when shit was going on a lot more frequently, it was good people back then. It was nice, wholesome people back then. That's the way they try to frame this shit. We're not saying that every person has a bad interaction. No, we're just saying that some shit can go on. So stop acting like it fucking can't. Stop acting like some shit can't fucking go on.
Probably don't exist in states that are more monolithic, that don't have that diversity of population. And so I don't think anybody here is trying to run away from the past. I think what people here would say is you've got to recognize and give some context to the fact that things have changed, that there has been progress. And
trust me, Chad, I'm from Arkansas. The fucking South. And yeah, Arkansas has changed. But it's still, shit can still go on. You still know where the fuck, you know where to be and where not to be. You know where to fucking play around at and where not to fucking play around at. Straight up. Shit can go on.
Also have to recognize that none of these communities are homogenous. right? And I'd say this in a broad way. Like, 360,000 Union soldiers died in the Civil War, right?
Bro, Arkansas is not the Midwest. Y'all gotta cut it out with that shit. Like, why do y'all say that shit? Like, North Arkansas may be more similar to Midwest, but anything outside of North Arkansas, it don't even fucking look like the Midwest. It don't feel like the Midwest, like the damn Delta, Central Arkansas. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out. Now, I might give you Fayetteville, Fort Smith, maybe, but cut it out, bro.
Schwerner and Goodman were two white kids who died beside Cheney trying to get voting rights in Mississippi, during that period of the civil rights era. You've got hundreds of examples of white Southerners that fought for civil rights. And I shouldn't say hundreds, of thousands, right? That fought for civil rights.
Thanks, Yay.
And so anytime, like, one, I think it's problematic to suggest that because things happened in the 50s and 60s, that it's emblematic of what's happening today. That's problematic by itself. But it's also problematic to ignore that even in those dark periods, you had an awful lot of white citizens that fought alongside black citizens for civil rights that recognized the inequity or inequality that was occurring in the culture.
Not everything is one way, and it can definitely fuel the suspicion of the moment. Even if there were rampant racism going on right now in Mississippi, doesn't mean that that's what this case is about. And the burden of due process and the belief in due process.
You say Arkansas is the Ozarks, right? Yeah, North Arkansas. Arkansas got the damn Delta, too. Arkansas got the rice fields. Arkansas got a little bit of everything. I know one thing for sure, two things for certain. This shit ain't the fucking Midwest.
Doesn't change and shouldn't change. I get that there were suspicions about that based on the initial statements about what happened here from the authorities. But that's just one statement. As you suggest, taken a little out of context. I think it could have been worded differently, but that's neither here nor there. The family, as long as they're kept in the loop and treated right by investigators, and they're meeting the standard of giving it to a grand jury, which I get. Some people have a problem with that. I don't.
You said if we addressed all the black and white issues and took care of it, it wouldn't be so bad. Kicking it under the table is only a short-term fix. Y'all don't want to hear that shit. Y'all gonna stop at reparations. Once niggas get to talk about reparations, all bets are off. So we can go and cut that shit out. If we want to address the problems and actually take care of it, let's start with fucking reparations. All bets are gonna be off. Watch. 5, 4, 3, 2. Where is it at? Where is it at? I know it's coming.
Know why? If what you want is due process, then they give it to it, even though some will say, well, it's pro forma. They go to the grand jury with everything. Okay, well, they're doing it here. So we'll see what happens with that step. And that is really all that matters, is what happens when that grand jury makes its final assessment.
I think that the idea of submitting this to the grand jury, I think Angel has, the DA here has a protocol where she submits every.
You said if you care as much about every other black person that got unalive by black people for gang violence, you would be on TV 5,424 hours a day. And obviously your ass is on YouTube scrolling through quote unquote black spaces looking for rage bait 5,224 hours a day. Why don't you start a channel and you go fight that shit then? How about that? Put your time and effort where your fucking mouth is. Fire up you a channel and you go talk about that shit. Fuck.
Death that is not a natural cause death, a car wreck, a heart attack, to a grand jury, in part because she wants to be sure that this is a process of integrity. And so I do think a lot of people are probably reading into that. I wouldn't read much into that either direction.
Yeah, look, ordinarily, I started off as one of them. Why? Because a prosecutor is supposed to have a good faith basis for thinking there may be probable cause in going to a grand jury. If you were to have a dispositive finding that this was a drowning or an accident or whatever, then you don't have a good faith belief that there's probable cause. Then I learned that this DA goes with pretty much everything that doesn't scream heart attack or old age home. And I get it. That you're right. It doesn't mean anything one way or the other, but it does mean that.
All right, I don't know what they got going on, but we finna get into this Umar shit, man. Let's see what Umar talking about. They said Umar went off. Now, I don't know, man. Have Umar finished the school yet, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. I ain't with that Pan-African shit either, but we finna hear what Umar talking about.
Same thing with Michael Brown and Ferguson. Not because they necessarily cared about the tragedy, but because they wanted to benefit personally from it. And so I stayed away from Ferguson. I stayed away from Baltimore. And I stayed away from the Nolan Wells situation for a while because I didn't want to look like so many other people who just jumped in to have something to say, to use that young man's loss of life for clickbait and views. Now that it's been over a month since he lost his life, I think it's okay for me to speak now because everyone else has kind of given their opinion, their analysis, their synopsis, and their feeling on the situation. So I'm going to give mine. First of all, Nolan Wells, Javon, and I want Javon to hear this. And
Here we go.
Any other black person who was on.
Hit the like button, chat. Double tap that screen. Shut a live out. Oh, they said Umar cut up. We 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. We go live every single night over here talking politics, current events, and entertainment. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button on your way in.
Devil Horns Island that day to hear this. And I want any black person who was celebrating the 4th of July to hear this.
Here we go.
No black person, no black freedman, no black immigrant, no member of the black race at all should have been celebrating July 4th, 2026. No one should have been celebrating America's 250th solar return. And why? Because our ancestors were still enslaved on July 4th, 1776. So why are we on White Devil Horns Island anyway, celebrating George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton and all these other white supremacists and slave masters? Why are we even celebrating them anyway? Nolan shouldn't have been out there. Javon shouldn't have been out there. No black person should have been celebrating the 4th of July, period. We would be enslaved for almost another century after America got her independence. So what are we celebrating for? To celebrate the 4th of July as an African is to celebrate the enslavement of your ancestors and the freedom of your slave masters. It makes no sense. Now, with that being said, I'm not blaming Nolan in any way, shape, form, or fashion for his loss of life. I'm just simply saying he shouldn't have been out there. Now let's take a closer look at this, Art.
All right, chat. Is Umar cooking or is Umar all the way off target, man? Let me know in the chat. Is Umar cooking right now or is he completely off target, man?
According to what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing, and what...
You said Umar is not African. Umar FBA? Is Umar FBA?
I've read. Nolan, Warren, Wyatt, and Trayston left for Horn Island the morning of July 4th. According to Warren's own words that he offered during an interview with Officer B.T. Coon, that's Coon as in C-U-N-E, Coon as in K-H-E-W-N, Coon as in K-U-H-N, Coon as in C-O-N-N. So Warren did a sit down with Officer B.T. Coon.
All right, Chad, when it comes to me, like, I treat holidays pretty much all the same. Like, it's a time to get together. Like, am I out here, you know what I'm saying, when Christmas comes around, just singing Christmas carols and going door to door? No. Shit, I'm trying to eat and I'm trying to be around my people. Thanksgiving, same shit, man. Am I dressing up like pilgrims and Indians? No, I'm not doing all that cornucopia shit, man. I'm trying to get my plate by noon, man, and get my second plate by 2, 3 o'clock and shit. Bounce around this motherfucker. My birthday comes and shit, I celebrate it with y'all. I'm on stream looking around and shit. Like, I treat this shit as time to get together. I'm just gonna be honest. The 4th of July, me and Money got together. We got our kids together. They played in the pool and shit. I got on the grill and we had a damn time. It's time to get together with your people.
BT, and as we all know, BT is white YouTube's pet monkey. He's white YouTube's pet monkey. So Warren sat down for an interview with white YouTube's pet monkey. And he said that they left for Horns Island the morning of July the 4th, and that it was approximately 30 of them spread across.
I don't know. I just think as a man at a certain age, it's kind of crazy to celebrate your birthday. Like, I just think as a man. Now, women, I let y'all do what y'all do. But as a man, bro, like, after 21, it's damn near over with. After 21, bro, it's damn near over with, man. Take your ass to work, nigga.
3 boats. Approximately 30 youth spread across 3 boats. They all went to Horn Island together. They arrived at approximately 11:30. So they left around 9-ish, 8, 9-ish, whatever the case may be. They left the morning of July 4th. They arrived on White Devil's Horn Island at about 11:30. So 3 boats, 30 youth, they went together. I'm not clear on whether the 3 boats came back together or not. That's another question that I have, Art. Did they come back together the same way they left together? Because I'm treating all 30 of those white youth and all 3 of those ships.
Celebrate my birthday for what? A timestamp? Birthdays are a timestamp. I'm going to get that timestamp when they change the year at the first anyway. I'm going to be able to reflect back on my damn year anyway. The hell I need to celebrate my birthday for? I'm just going to be honest with you, Chad. All of that celebrating and shit, man, it's cool. Y'all can cook and shit. I like to eat, to hang out, man. But, like, going clubbing or just going to hang with all that shit, man, it is what it is with me. Shit. I'm just going to be honest with you.
As crime scenes and as suspects. All 3 ships are potential crime scenes. All 3 boats are potential crime scenes. And
you said, what's so negative about the birthday? You just too damn grown. Just too damn grown. At a certain point, man, you too damn grown, man. You got to take care of fucking business, man. Motherfuckers calling in to work and shit to celebrate their birthday, taking 3-4 days off to go and shit, man. Listen, man, you want to take some days off work, take them damn days off work. If you want to go on vacation, go on fucking vacation, man. Straight up, man. Grown as hell. Talking about celebrating my birthday, popping bottles and missing work and shit. Hell nah.
All 30 youth are potential suspects. I don't know why Jackson County Sheriff Ledbetter or Jackson County District Attorney Mulrath, I don't know why they decided to separate the boat that Nolan was on. Warren's boat, I don't know why they separated that boat from the other 2 for purposes of investigation and analysis. Because those 3 boats operated as a team. And since they went out there as a team, and it hasn't been made clear to me whether or not they came back together as a team, all 30 white youth and all 3 boats should have been part of this investigation, not just the 1 boat. That is my first big issue with this case. Who decided to separate the other 2 boats and the other 20 or so youth? I got a problem with that, Art, because according to the Cajun Navy, they have no GPS information on the other 2 boats, Art. They have no GPS information on the other 2 boats. Now let's get into this. According to Warren and Nolan's other so-called white friends.
Here we go.
They decided to leave the island around 4:30. So they were roughly on White Devil's Horn Island from 11:30 to 4:30. That is about 5 hours. About 5 hours. Now, one question that has to be asked, Art, why did y'all leave so soon? Because they party on Horn Island all day long. Y'all didn't leave at sunset. Y'all didn't leave at sundown. Y'all left after only being there 5 hours. That's a little suspicious, Art. And I haven't heard anybody ask any of them, why did y'all decide to leave after only being there for 5 hours? Did y'all plan to only be on White Devil's Horn Island for 5 hours? Why did y'all leave at that time? But we'll deal with that later. So then, let's listen to Javon, Nolan's other best friend. Now, another problem I got with this whole story, Art, is Nolan allegedly had too many best friends. I'm trying to find out.
That's what the fuck I'm saying, bro. Like, how the fuck is everybody his best friend, chat? Now, when I came up, chat, I had 2 best friends. And we was all born 2 days apart. They share a birthday. I'm born a couple days after them. We rocked out like that. We still rock out like that. But 17 damn best friends is fucking crazy. I'm going to tell y'all, chat. If I pass away and a bunch of motherfuckers come out talking about they my best friend, check that shit. Check that shit. Be like, man, Plug said he ain't fuck with y'all like that, man. Straight up, man. I got 2 best friends out here, man. I fuck with a few people, but don't let them gas y'all up like we was just cool like that. Don't do that.
How does Nolan have so many best friends? And why did all of these so-called best friends leave their best friend on White Devil's Horn Island without his cell phone and keys? I'm trying to figure this out. So Javon claims he's Nolan's best friend. Warren claims he's Nolan's best friend. And Trayston allegedly claims that he's Warren's best friend. So did Warren have 3 best friends? Excuse me. Did Nolan have 3 best friends? Did Nolan have 13 best friends? Did Nolan have 30 best friends? Because if Javon is the best friend of Nolan, and if Warren is the best friend of Nolan, and if Trayston is the best friend of Nolan, exactly how many best friends did Nolan have? Are y'all making this up? Who did Nolan tell Warren was his best friend? Who did Nolan ever tell Trayston was his best friend? I'm not going to question Javon, because he's a brother. And I do believe that there's a strong...
You said best friends as adults? Yeah, you damn right. I call my partners and check on them at least twice a week. When they go out of town, I make sure that, I call them and make sure their ass ain't tucked in nowhere. Motherfucker ain't rolled their ass up, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't play that shit. I treat their kids like my nephews. They treat my kids like they nephews. It's just fucking different. If we ain't doing that, if we ain't got that kind of relationship, now my best friend. Straight up. Hell no.
Chance that they may have been best friends. And I say that not only because Javon is a brother, Art, but I also felt that Javon, through the investigation team and alley-oop, with some of the answers that he gave.
You said, that's gay. I don't care. Call it what you want. Yeah, we like brothers. We call each other, that's like my brother. We grew up, shit. We've been knowing each other since we were like 5, 6 years old. I mean, damn, we in our early 30s now. Shit. Yeah. Call it what you want. You said, do I call them on that birthday? Yeah, I do. I do actually. They're born 2 days before me. Like I said, they're born a couple days before me, so I do. Or I at least shoot them a text. I do call them and, see what's up, what's going on. I do.
Gave on TMZ. Some of Javon's answers, in my opinion, kind of made it clear to me he actually cared about Nolan. He actually cared about Nolan. I believe Javon actually cared about Nolan. And because of that, I'm willing to say that Javon may have actually been Nolan's best friend. I wish somebody would have asked Javon Art, to your knowledge, has Nolan ever called Warren his best friend?
You said, do I call my family members on their birthday? Hell no. I told you I don't celebrate birthdays. Only reason I call them niggas for their birthday is cause shit. They was born 2 days before me. But no, I don't call my family members on their birthday. Hell no. I go see my pops, the shit like that, say what's up to him, hang out, shoot the shit, you know, but hell no. Cousins and my brothers and shit, man, no. Hell no.
Has Nolan ever called Trayston his best friend? To your knowledge, Javon, has Nolan ever told you that Warren and Trayston were best friends of his?
Chad, I'm the kind of person that, like, on Facebook, you know, when everybody tells you, like, happy birthday on your wall and all of that shit, and and everybody's messaging you happy birthday and shit, I don't reply to nobody. I don't reply to not a fucking person. I've always been like that, Chad. I've always been like that. I don't reply to nobody. I don't say thank you. I don't like the post. I don't do shit. I don't even go make a general post the next day like thanks for all the birthday wishes. I just fucking don't. I mean, maybe I'm an asshole. I don't know.
Of his. Because Art, I'm having a problem.
You said that's bullshit. Listen, chat, I wish somebody was in here that knows me in real life, bro. I will call somebody, chat. Y'all want me to call somebody right now? Do y'all want me to call somebody? I will call somebody, bro. I'm not saying shit, nothing. I will go look at my last year's, I will go look at my page on my birthday last year, bro. I didn't say shit to nobody.
Problem with this three best friend narrative. Okay? I used to be 18 years old. You might have one best friend, you may have two. Don't get me wrong, if you all hang in a pack, you could have three best friends. But according to Javon's own words, Art, he didn't really hang around with them other guys too much. That's what I allegedly thought I heard him say. He didn't hang around with them guys too much. So if you got 2 or 3 or 4.
You said you must care because you see who does it. I don't look at everybody. I see a few people. Like, I get the alerts and then it start going crazy and it'd be like, oh, that's too many people. And I just let it go, you know.
Best friends, you guys normally travel as a group. Javon seemed like he kind of spent most of his time with Nolan alone, just the two of them, not with Trayston and Warren. Although he knew them, it didn't appear that he hung out with them on the regular. So how could they all then be best friends? It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible.
Dean said, who the fuck cares who you respond to? You aren't that important, bro. Dean, you watching me. And right now you pulling my nuts. And I'm going to need you to unhand them motherfuckers, Dean. You know, I got a lot going on right now. You know, I'm kind of spread thin right now. So if you would politely unhand my fucking nuts, Dean, it would be kindly appreciated. Shit is crazy.
I'm saying it's unlikely. So, according to Javon Art, he saw Nolan at 3:40 on the island. According to Javon, what I heard him say to TMZ allegedly was that he had another friend who was involved in an altercation and that he left Nolan at about 3:40 to go check on his buddy, because according to Javon, his buddy was on another ship and the parents of whomever on this other ship were trying to get him off the island because he was crashing out. He never said who this friend was. He never exactly told us what happened. But he said, I left at 3:40 to go check on my friend on another boat because.
Hey, Max, I'm going to tell you, man, if you go buy a 2X dashiki, bro, don't wear that shit to the damn barbecue, man. Wear that shit. Don't wear that shit to the barbecue, Max, man. Bring that shit over here, man. What did you say? You idiots want this to be a murder so you can riot, losers. This shit ain't gotta be a murder to fucking riot. Man, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Nigga, if it's gonna turn up, it's just gonna fucking turn up. Talking about you idiots want this to be a murder so you can riot, losers. Man, listen, bro. I think you're projecting. You may have kept the TV on while you were sleeping and shit too much. Shit got in your subconscious, bro. I think you're projecting. Nobody's talking about a damn race riot or none of that shit, bro. Like what? Like I don't know. Some of y'all people in here, man, I just don't fucking know about, and I'm done acting like I do. I'm done pretending. I'm done with that shit. Some of y'all are not wrapped too tight. Some of y'all are on your last fucking marble, and it's showing. Just straight up.
Quote unquote, well, these are not his words, I'm paraphrasing. He was kind of wilding out, crashing out, and he needed to help calm him down. I'm paraphrasing. He said when he got back, Nolan was nowhere to be found.
I email you.
I'm paraphrasing. And Nolan's boat that he came on, Warren's boat, the so-called Big Daddy, the 22-foot Triton, had already left the scene. So according to Javon, I left Nolan at 3:40 to go deal with another situation. I came back, he was gone.
What's up, Isaiah?
According to Katie, the white girl who Nolan's white best friends are trying to use as an alibi in this situation. Okay, because they claim, and Warren said the same thing to Officer B.T. Coon when he spoke with him. They claim that Nolan told them, I'm going to hang back on this island and talk to Katie. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, I got an email, Karen. You said whatever you need, Karen, just send me an email and I'll get back to you on it. I kind of lost your message. You said you donated a copy of the book and you read the book and loved it. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate it. Chat, if y'all want to grab a copy of my book, we do have copies available. I'll send it right over to you. The name of the book is Organized Organized Action. It's the modern framework. It's the modern framework for a political movement. We talk about the politically homeless movement. We talk about a couple other movements. We talk about recruiting voices that aren't yours. We talk about internal conflicts. We talk about a lot of things that can go on in a modern political movement. We talk about identity before policy and all of that, man. Y'all got to get in there, read the book. Appreciate it. Thank you, Karen.
And I'll get back however I get back. Again, I'm paraphrasing. But guess what? We learned through Katie's sister that Katie said she has no knowledge of Nolan ever saying that. In fact, Katie said, Art, that Nolan told her.
See, this is the thing. You said just put homeless. No, this is where I got to break it down. See, the politically homeless movement was before me. We just took this shit on as ours, and now I'm the voice of this shit. Politically homeless movement goes back to the 70s. Just like the America First movement goes back to the early 1900s. In the Fed has been so damn long. You got all of these damn movements. I don't think you understand what's going on. Maybe you need to purchase a copy of the book.
I got to get ready to head back to the boat because my friends are leaving soon. That don't sound like somebody who plans on staying, Art. Okay? According to her sister, Katie said Nolan told Katie, it's time for me to head back to the boat because my friends are going to be leaving soon. As far as I'm concerned, Art, Javon and Katie both threw us an alley-oop. Javon and Katie are throwing Sheriff Ledbetter of Jackson County an alley-oop because neither one of them are corroborating the story of Nolan's white friends on that boat. In fact, Javon said, this ain't adding up. Javon said, it's not like Nolan to say, you guys go ahead and leave me on this island and I'm just going to stay back to talk to this girl who I barely know. According to Javon, it don't make no sense. Javon ain't stupid, Art. That's his friend. He know damn well Nolan didn't tell them that he was going to stay back on that ship. And then Katie, I'm going to give a little bit of respect to Katie on this situation. Because as a white girl, Art, for her to come out and say that is not what happened, for her to come out and say that Nolan told me I got to get back to the boat because my friends are leaving, for her to say that, Art, that took a little bit of courage and honesty. That took a little bit of integrity. Now, don't get me wrong.
All right, I'm going to ask y'all the obvious question. Do y'all think Umar is racist? Is Umar racist in y'all opinion? Rate Umar's racism on a scale of 0 to 10. Is Umar racist?
I don't want to give her too much credit because she is trying to clear her name. What Katie is basically doing, Art, is she's saying, listen, y'all did whatever y'all did to Nolan, but you're not going to add me to the narrative. I'm not serving as nobody's alibi. I'm not helping nobody get out of this situation. You're not going to use me as a decoy, but I still appreciate Katie speaking up for Nolan.
You said what I think he is. I knew somebody was going to ask what I think he is. Do I think Umar's racist? Nah, man, Umar's not racist, man. Umar's a little prejudiced, you know, maybe stereotypical, man. Umar's not racist. Then that black people can't be racist.
Nolan, Art, because she didn't have to do it. Although she's trying to protect herself and stay out of the investigation, I appreciate Katie for letting the world know Nolan told me I got to head back to the boat because my friends are getting ready to leave. Now, according to Katie, Art, she spoke to Nolan sometime. But
hey, look, bro, y'all are about to break y'all's damn thumbs in the chat, bro. I said black people can't be racist. Y'all motherfuckers can't even, y'all typing so hard on the damn phone that you can't even type correct. Oh my God, did I say something wrong? Thank you, Najee. Did I say something wrong? Umar is not racist. He's maybe a little prejudiced, a little stereotypical, man. Oh my God. Don't hurt yourself.
Between 3 and 4:30. Now, her window appears to be wider than everybody else's window. So Javon's window is much smaller. He said, I saw him at 3:40, went to deal with another situation. By the time I came back, they were gone. Katie said I spoke with him between 3 and 4:30. And I allege, Art, one of the reasons that Katie is making her window so wide is she trying to leave a little bit of wiggle room for Warren.
Hold on. Look at Muttley. Muttley. Listen, it's always y'all with the fucking extra numbers and shit on the name. Muttley James 6210 says, calm down, brother. You getting a little too excited. What, you don't like seeing niggas smile? You don't like seeing niggas smile? I can't be in a good mood, nigga. You gotta be a dark cloud. I just know your girl hates you, man. Every time she gets ready to put on that sundress, had that ass clapping, walking outside, you just standing over there, and you're just a dark cloud, man. I know what kind of people those are, man. Just hates to see someone smiling. You know when you drink a sip of juice or something, and it's just so refreshing, you go, ah, that pisses you off. You don't like people being refreshed when they get, a drink. You just angry. You just mad.
In them to get their story straight, allegedly. I think Katie trying to leave a little bit of wiggle room for Warren and them to get their story straight, Art. Now, according to our sister Christine, and my heart goes out to Sister Christine, Nolan's mother. My heart deeply, deeply goes out to you, Queen. According to Christine, Art, she heard from a coach who ran into Nolan on the island as well. And according to the coach, he spoke to Nolan between 2:30 and 3:30. So Javon didn't see him after 3:40. The coach spoke to him sometime between 2:30 and 3:30. And Katie said her conversation with Nolan was between 3 and 4:30. So you know what that means, Art? We can pretty much,
what's up, Joe?
Conclude that Nolan was likely to have been unalived, Art, sometime within the hour of 3:30 to 4:30. I'm going to insinuate that Nolan's life was taken because I do not believe he accidentally drowned. If he drowned,
So Umar is taking the stance that Nolan's life was taken around that time. I'm going to say that Nolan passed away around that time. How he passed away, I'm not sure just yet, but I know that I believe that, I'm not going to say I know, allegedly, speculation, I believe that someone knew around that time that Nolan wasn't alive. How he passed away, I don't know, but I do believe around that time he was no longer alive, and around that time someone knew he was no longer alive. Allegedly, speculation.
he was forcibly drowned, and we'll get to that in a minute. If Nolan drowned, he was forcibly drowned. He did not accidentally drown. He was a great swimmer. Miss me with the nonsense. That boy did not drown. If he drowned, it was by force. So again, Art, all three of these people, arguably the last three to see him alive, except for those who took his life, Katie, the coach, and Javon, are arguably the last three people to see Nolan alive, except for those who took his life on that boat, allegedly. That's my position. So they're all basically cutting off around 3:30, Art. Remember, they made the call for the
Umar, a doctor, man. You said what's his blood alcohol content? I don't know. Hell, we got to wait on the toxicology report.
emergency CETO at 4 o'clock. Javon said he cut out 3:40. The coach, 3:30. They made the call at 4 o'clock. That conversation we heard, the CETO call, which we're going to talk about in a minute, that took place at 4. It sounded like there was some struggling going on in the background. Nolan could have been getting unalived while they were making the call, Art. Nolan could have been getting unalived while they were making the call. Nolan could have been getting choked out while they was on the phone with CETO. So again, Art,
Now, Umar has a doctor in like childhood education or psychology or something like that. He's not a medical doctor, but he has a doctorate in something.
Position is Nolan lost his life somewhere within the hour of 3:30 to 4:30. Now, before we go any further, Art, I need Ben Crump, investigation team.
See, now you say he's a DEI doctor. See, now that's what that shit is. Anybody that's black in a position now is subject to being DEI. It doesn't matter. They don't care your credentials. They don't care your background. And they said DEI had nothing to do with race, but anytime you see a black person that accomplished something, it's DEI now. This shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy.
And Sheriff Ledbetter's investigation team to have a conversation with Javon, because according to Javon's statements on TMZ, the police never spoke to him. And I have serious concerns with the manner in which this investigation has been carried out so far, Art. I have very serious concerns with the manner in which this investigation has been carried out so far. So,
hey, listen, since you want to get in my business and what's going on, Muttley James, donate to the channel or get the fuck out. That's where we at with you. Talking about like and subscribe for Nolan so Plug can make some of that money. Well, we gonna put your ass on the spot. Donate to this motherfucker or get the fuck out. Straight up. We about had it with you, Muttley.
So anyway, Javon said police never spoke with him. Why? We need a conversation with Javon, not because I think he's a suspect. I believe Javon is innocent, but we need to find out what he knows. That's number one. We also need a conversation with the coach. Who is this coach that Sister Christine said contacted her and told her he had a conversation with Nolan on the island between 2:30 and 3:30? We need to find out what he knows. And according to Katie's sister, she is already cooperating with the authorities. But
Thanks,
here's why
Trey.
those three got to be spoken to, Art. Not only so we find out what they know, Art.
All right, now here goes Isaiah Mad Dog says, no one watches your shit show. Chat, if you watch me and you watch me on the regular, please drop a 1 in the chat for Isaiah. Mad Dog, because he's a little mad. Let's piss him off a little bit more. If you watch me on the regular, you fuck with me, put a 1 in the chat so we can show Isaiah. Nobody watches you, Isaiah. You ain't got no fucking motion. You don't cut the camera on. You don't press live, nigga. We been doing this shit for 2 years, nigga. I'm having motion on multiple platforms, multiple channels. When I go outside in real life, motherfuckers holler plug. This shit been going on. And it's been motherfuckers like you that's been hating on me since I was a little kid. And this shit don't matter. We gonna keep putting this shit in your face. Look at all them ones, Isaiah. I know you mad. I know you wonder why can he do this shit and I can't. Cause you just ain't got it in you, nigga. And I'm told y'all, I'm done playing with this shit, man. I'm gonna keep this shit. You just ain't got it in you, Isaiah.
But did they see each other during their conversation with Nolan? Because Javon, if you was talking to Nolan and left him at 3:40, and if Katie was talking to Nolan sometime between 3 and 4:30, and if the coach was talking to Nolan between 3:30 and 4:30, Art, at least two of you should have ran into each other. Did the coach see Javon? Did Javon see the coach? Did the coach see Katie? Did Katie see the coach? Did Katie see Javon? Did the coach see Katie? Art, if all three of them are saying they saw Nolan for the last time, roughly within the same hour, hour and a half.
Oh, my bad, Isaiah. I don't put Isaiah in some shit. My bad, XX. Don't delete Isaiah. It's Irish Mad Dog. I don't put Isaiah's name in some shit. My bad, Isaiah. My bad, Isaiah. XX, bring Isaiah back, man. Isaiah, I got your name in some shit. It's Irish Mad Dog, man. Now it's the Irish. It's Irish Mad Dog. My bad, Isaiah.
Half, Art, did y'all run into each other? Let me tell you why I'm asking this question, Art. And I'm not throwing no shade at my brother Javon. I like Javon. I'm not throwing no shade at Miss Katie McCormick. I don't know her. I'm not throwing no shade at the coach, Art. But the reason I need to know why all y'all put y'all time within the same frame.
Thanks,
and
MJ.
you may have not possibly seen one another, Art.
Hey, thank you to all the new subscribers. Mods, make sure that all the new subscribers feel welcome and make sure Isaiah gets back in here because Isaiah got blocked for a minute and I didn't mean for that to happen. It was Irish Mad Dog. But we do go live every single night at 10 p.m. Central Time. School is starting, so I have been a little here and there over the last week. But we're going to get logged back in because school starts next week and we're going to be here every single night, 10 p.m. Central Time. Subscribe to the channel. Mods, make sure all the new subscribers feel welcome. Yeah, let's go.
Are you guys?
And this is what I'm gonna say. I know a lot of y'all are like, well, Plug, why are you steady covering this Nolan Wells case? One, it's because we got people that's in Ocean Springs and we get live updates on like not just what's going on in the case, but the sentiment around town. Two, this shit is in the South and this shit is intriguing. Three, we need to know what the fuck happened to Nolan Wells and they want us to shut the fuck up about it. So I'm sorry. If you come over here and you don't enjoy us talking about this, come back tomorrow. And we did a whole hour of the show. The first hour of the show, we didn't talk about it. Now we talking about it.
Keeping yourself out of the window of witnessing this crime by saying you didn't see him after 3:30. I want you to follow what I'm saying here, Art. It's kind of interesting that they all saw him last at 3:30. Not after 3:30.
Thanks, Saul.
Javon 3:40, roughly 3:30. My point is, Art, for all three of them to have the same exact time.
Oh shit! All right, yeah, Muttley, you got in my business a while ago, and you still haven't done what we talked about, man. Somebody get Muttley the fuck up out of here, man. Everybody tell Muttley good night. We hope he sleeps good. We hope he has gotten over his fear of the monsters under the bed. Make sure he washes his ass before he gets in that bed, brushes his teeth, and we'll see him in here probably when I unblock his ass, because that's how it goes. Everybody, the moment I unblock everybody, they flood back in here. So everybody tell Muttley good night. I hope he takes his melatonin and has peaceful dreams.
If they did not see each other at all during these conversations with Nolan, are they pushing up the window of time during which they saw Nolan so they cannot be included in this investigation as a witness to a crime? In other words, Art, I don't think Javon had nothing to do with it. I know he didn't. But is he saying he saw Nolan a little earlier than he saw him so he can't be pulled into the investigation? I don't think Katie had nothing to do with the crime, but is Katie putting her conversation with Nolan a little earlier than it actually took place to make sure she can't be dragged into the investigation as a witness to a crime?
Are you talking about that bow back there? Hey, I'm all right with it. When I first started this channel, I didn't have my gun rights back, or I would have had my guns up there. And now YouTube is banning channels for showing guns. So I don't even, now that I got my gun rights back, I don't even want to put my guns up there. That's what I initially planned to do, was put my guns up there. But now YouTube is flagging, the AI is flagging anybody that, they flagged me one day, said I was waving a gun, and I don't know, I ain't never showed no gun on YouTube. So yeah, I'm not even gonna risk putting my guns up there. It is what it is.
Is it possible that the coach is putting his conversation with Nolan earlier than what it was, Art, to make sure he cannot get dragged into the investigation? I don't think they had anything to do with it, but they could have been a witness to a homicide, Art. They could have been witness to a homicide. If they did not see each other, if none of those three people, the coach, Javon, and Katie, if they...
Thank you, Najee. Najee says, plug, love it in here. Thank you for your channel. Thank you for your support, Najee. And thank you each and every one of y'all for y'all support, man. Tony said, I seen the pew pew plug. Listen, Tony, you thought you seen it. You didn't see that.
Did not see each other at all talking to Nolan. If none of them saw each other talking to Nolan, at least two of them are lying about the time they last saw Nolan. Are you following me, Art? All I'm saying is I have my suspicions as to whether or not this convenient 3:30.
Mo says, what's my thought on Nolan Wells? You talking about the situation or him as a person? As a person, I don't know him. Seemed to be a good kid, had a bright future. As far as the case, I think that a lot is yet to be uncovered, and I do think there's an active cover-up going on. Do I think they murdered him? I don't know. It's still up in the air for me how he died. But is there an active cover-up? For damn sure. Yes, for damn sure there's an active cover-up.
30 cutoff window. I have my suspicions that this convenient 3:30 cutoff window may have not actually been the time they saw Nolan. They may have saw Nolan closer to the time he lost his life. Now stay with me, Art. I want to back up for a minute. And I want to say this to Brother Elmore, Nolan's stepfather. And I want to say this to Coach Tracy, who I believe was one of Nolan's coaches. Brother Elmore, the stepfather.
All right, so we're going to ask the chat, do y'all think Nolan Wells' passing was an accident or was it something else happened? Let me know in the chat. Was it an accident or was it an unaliving? Accident or unaliving in the chat, man. Let me know.
And Coach Tracy, the coach, both said on national television, Art, that they don't think race played a role in this at all. Elmore, Tracy, two dark-skinned black men in Mississippi, and both of them said on national television, I don't think race had anything to do with this case. I am disappointed in Brother Elmore. I am disappointed in Coach Tracy.
Oh, I also seen that black dude that Officer Tatum and Don Lemon interviewed, talking about he was close with the Wells family. Then he came out talking about I seen him on his own damn channel talking about when he said he was close with the Wells family, he wasn't talking about Nolan and them. He talking about he gave Nolan his first haircut and shit, but he was cool with other parts of the family. He was cool with other parts of the family, like some cousins and shit. This shit is crazy, boy. Motherfucker do anything.
How dare you help these young people avoid the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. federal hate crimes law, Art? By you saying you don't think this had anything to do with race, Brother Elmore and Coach Tracy, you are helping these white folks avoid federal hate crimes charges. And let me tell you why this is important, Art. Let me tell you why this is important. Under the federal hate crimes law, Matthew Shepard, James Byrd, signed by Barack Obama, 2009. Under the Federal Hate Crimes Act, Art, you can go to jail for life. You can go to jail for life under the federal.
And I'm going to keep it real with you, Chad. In jail, a lot of the LGBTQ in jail, they know that. And they'll do some crazy shit, or they'll run off with some commissary or something. And if you go to get retribution and fight or whatever, they'll say that you did it because they were gay. They won't say nothing about what they owed you or what happened. They'll say you did it because they was gay. And that's a hate crime. So they use that as a ploy to like, oh, if you touch me, it's gonna be a hate crime. The feds finna come get your ass. I seen it happen. I seen this one white dude named Red. He was finna whoop this dude that was LGBTQ over some shit. And the dude told him straight up, if you hit me, I'm gonna tell him because you did it because I was gay. Hate crime. And Red did not do shit either.
Federal hate crimes law. So if you can go to jail for life under the Federal Hate Crimes Act, Art, why is Nolan's stepfather and coach telling white folks they don't think it had anything to do with race? I still love my brother Elmore. I still love my brother Coach Tracy. But would y'all please watch what comes out of your mouth during this investigation? Because you are undermining justice for Nolan. I hope you're listening, Brother Elmore, and I hope you're listening, Coach Tracy. You are undermining justice for Nolan by saying you don't think race had anything to do with it. How in the hell do you know? How do you know if race had anything to do with it? How well do you know these young people? It was 30 of them, Art. It was damn near 30 white youth spread across 3 boats. How many of them did Elmore know? How many of them did Coach Tracy know? So how are you going to go on TV and say, I don't think it had anything to do with race? Why are you helping them avoid accountability for what they may have done? I don't know if they did it, Art. You don't know if they did it. They don't know if they did it. And they definitely don't know if it was motivated by race. What they should have said, Art, is what Javon said. And that's why I like the young brother Javon. That's why I like that young brother Javon. His mother, Sister Tashima, shout out to you. You raised a good kid. When TMZ asked Javon if he thought it had anything to do with race, Art, when TMZ asked Javon if he thought this had anything to do with race, he said, what? I don't want to answer that question. I don't want to answer that question. Perfect answer. Perfect answer. Or, Art, they could have said, I don't know. Nolan
Everyone double tap the screen, shut a live out. I see a lot of y'all going back and forth in the chat. A lot of y'all are going back and forth in the chat, so we'll do a live poll. Hit the like button, chat. Before we do this live poll, we're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Do y'all believe this had anything to do with the race at any level? I'm not saying it had everything to do with race. I'm saying this entire case, from the unaliving to the aftermath, the sheriffs, the judges, everything that's gone on. Do y'all think race played a factor in any of this? Even being Crump, has race played a factor in any of this?
Stepfather could have said, I don't know if it had anything to do with race. Coach Tracy should have said, I don't know if it had anything to do with race. But to say you don't think it had to do with race when he was the only black boy across 3 ships? Are you out of your mind? Why would you say that and help them avoid the Federal Hate Crimes Act? Javon gave a better answer than those 2 black men. Javon, a child, gave a better answer than those two.
Okay, y'all said I made it too broad. Do I need to narrow it down, chat? Do y'all want me to narrow that question down? I made it too broad. Should I narrow it down?
Black men, Art, when he said, I don't want to answer the question. And shout out to Javon, Art. He's intelligent. You know why? Because by saying, I don't want to answer the question, he answered the question. Of course, race has something to do with it. This is the United States of America. Race has something to do with everything involving black people. The country was built on the backs of black people. It's maintained on black people. We are disproportionately represented in the criminal justice system, overrepresented in the unemployment line, under the poverty line. Of course, everything in this country has to do with race. And I'm disappointed in us, Art, that we are so afraid to call racism what it is, that we literally got people asking us, when a white person takes the life of a black person, do you think it had anything to do with race? When a police officer takes the life or shoots a black person, do you think it had anything to do? What kind of idiotic gaslighting question is this, Art? All white people are racist. All white people are racist. So we can stop asking if it had anything to do with race. If it's black and it's white, it has something to do with race because all white people are racist. That's just how it is. Now let's get back to this. Before we deal with the infamous Cito call, Art, I got a few questions for Warren. I want to deal with that infamous Cito call, Art. And I'm going
to say this, chat. I don't deal in absolutes. So I'm not going to say that all white people are racist. Are a lot of white people racist? Hell yeah. A lot of white folks are racist. But I don't deal in absolutes. So I'm not going to say all white people are racist for sure.
To deal with Sister Tashima and Sister Christine.
Betty Boop comes through with the $2 super chat. Thank you, Betty Boop, for the $2 super chat.
Visit to Warren's home to get Nolan's cell phone. I want to deal with them two in a minute, but before I go there, I got a couple questions for Warren and his white friends. Nolan's best friend, and Warren even called Nolan his brother, Art. He even called him his brother. He said they spent the night together before they went out to White Devil's Horn Island, Art. The night before, July 3rd, they stayed in the same home. How do you stay in the same home with somebody, Art, and leave them on an island? How do you sleep in the same house with somebody?
See, we can't, I don't deal in absolute. So there's no way I'm going to say all white people are racist. Like, I just know some white people for sure that's not racist. Like, I like, for sure. Like, I got a white partner right now. He been married to his black wife for 8 years. It's no way this guy's racist. But there is a lot of white folks that's racist. Straight up. I mean, shit, I'm from the South. Trust me, I know. Been here my whole life.
July 3rd, and then leave them on an island July 4th. But I got a few questions for Warren. No disrespect. I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying he's guilty, but I got a few questions for you, Warren. Since you could sit down and interview with Officer B.T. I need you to sit down and interview with Dr. Umar Ifatunde. So you can sit down and interview with Officer B.T. I want you to sit down and interview with Dr. Umar Ifatunde. My first question to Warren, you said that Nolan is a best friend of yours, that he's like a brother. I have a question. If Nolan is your brother and best friend, why did you leave him on that island, especially when you all were drinking? Because somebody put a report out there, Art, that Nolan had been drinking heavily and was intoxicated. Of course, that allegation was dismissed because the coach who contacted Sister Christine confirmed that he spoke to Nolan between 2:30 and 3:30, and Nolan was not intoxicated. So they lied to protect their friends, because white people are always on code, Art. Not a single white person on that island dropped a dime yet. Not one of them. So anyway, Art, they tried to blame it on him being drunk. So he was just a drunk black kid who walked into the water and drowned. That's the narrative they wanted us to swallow.
That's what a lot of y'all been saying in the chat, verbatim.
He was just a drunk black kid who walked into the water and drowned. And remember, Art, Sheriff Ledbetter allegedly ruled the case an accidental drowning before he did any investigation. He ruled Nolan's death an accidental drowning before he did any investigation. As far as I'm concerned, that meets the definition of public corruption.
You said, are white people always on code? Hell no, but they can't, y'all can't get on code for sure. White people definitely aren't always on code. The white people do a lot of whistleblowing. Have y'all ever noticed like most of the whistleblowers and shit be white folks? Because they be the ones knowing. So no, white folks are not always on code, but they can get on code. That's the thing. They can get on code, especially when you're dealing with like small towns and municipalities and shit. Yeah, they for sure can get on code.
As far as I'm concerned, that meets the definition of public corruption. But staying with Warren, Art. Warren, if Nolan is your brother and best friend, why did you leave him on an island without his cell phone and his keys? Why did you take his cell phone and keys back to the mainland? You left him there and took his cell phone and keys back. Can you please explain that to me? What person wants to be on an island without their phone? Help me understand that, Warren. I don't know of an 18-year-old who wants to be anywhere without their phone, Art. They don't want to be in school without their phone.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like a lot of different ethnicities be on code. You know, like we could say that the Somalis be on code with each other for sure. The Italians be on code. The Jews be on code. It's a lot of the Asians be on code. It's a lot of different groups in America that be on code. Like, yeah. But blacks and whites just aren't one of them. Latinos either. It's a lot of infighting inside the Latino community. But yeah, those other groups, they ass get on code with each other.
They don't want to be at home without their phone. They don't want to be out of town without their phone. They don't want to be at the mall, the movies, the restaurant. They don't want to be nowhere without their phone, let alone on an island with no way to get off. You left your best friend on an island, your so-called brother. You left him on an island with no way to get off, and you took his phone and his keys. Can you explain that to me, Warren? While you're thinking about it, I got another question for you, Warren, while you're thinking about it. You said at 11 o'clock, you called Miss Christine to see if she heard from her son. Warren said, Art, I called Miss Christine to see if she heard from Nolan. She said she had not heard from Nolan.
You said, I wonder, I never got why whites and blacks don't band together.
Can I ask you a question, Warren? If you took his phone, how in the hell was his mother supposed to hear from her son when you have the son's phone? Did you tell Miss Christine that you had her son's phone when you called her? I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't. Think about that, Art. He called the mother and asked her if she heard from her son. But he knows she didn't hear from her son, Art, because he has her son's phone. How can the mother hear from Nolan when you have Nolan's cell phone and you left him on an island? And I bet you didn't tell her you had his phone. Because if she knew you had his phone, Art, she would not have had to use Life 360 to find the phone. If you had his...
No, I didn't see your post, Karen. I missed your post, Karen.
Phone, and you called her at 11 o'clock to see if Nolan was okay. Why didn't you tell Nolan's mom you had his phone? Why did my sister Christine and my sister Tashima have to use Life 360 to find their son's phone? Because you playing games. You playing games. You playing in our face like we stupid. That's what this is. I don't know if he did it, Art, but he damn sure knows who do. I allege and I believe that all 30 of those white kids on all 3 of them boats know exactly which one of them did it, and the rest of them are covering it up. And guess what, Warren? And the rest of you 30 white kids on those 3 boats, let me explain something to you. Federal hate crimes law, you can go to jail for the rest of your life in case nobody didn't tell you. Federal.
Yeah, Karen, I'm looking for the post. I don't see it anywhere. I don't see the post, Karen.
Hate crimes law, you can go to jail for the rest of your life in case nobody told you. Guess what? The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, you can go to jail for up to 30 years. And if Nolan was unalived by more than one person, that constitutes a lynching. That constitutes a lynching. So you can go to jail for up to 30 on the Emmett Till Act. You can go to jail for life on the Matthew Shepard James Byrd Hate Crimes Act.
You said they got 1,000 people plus to cover up a crime. Oh, no, they just got 1,000 plus people to mind their fucking business. See, this is what y'all don't realize about the South. When y'all say, oh, why don't y'all care about the black on black crime? Motherfuckers mind their business. When shit be going on in the South, why do you think shit takes so long to be uncovered and discovered and shit? Because motherfuckers mind their business. It'll be a motherfucker next door to you and you will never know what the fuck's going on in their house. Never know what's going on in their house. Motherfuckers minding their business.
And in the state of Mississippi, Art, if you are an accessory after the fact, not accomplice means you participated in the murder. Accessory means you help cover it up afterwards. If you are an accessory to the fact after the fact, Art.
Like, I'm going to be honest, Chad. My neighbor can go in her damn backyard right now, dig a 6-foot fucking hole in the ground and drop a body in that bitch, and I would never know. I would never fucking know. Unless I went and looked at the cameras. I would never fucking know. Straight up, because I'm on my fucking business.
You can go to jail for up to 20 years, Mississippi law. So they can go to jail for up to 20 years, Mississippi law. Accessory after the fact, you help to cover up the crime. You can go to jail for 30 years on the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, because more than one of you probably participated in Nolan's unaliving. And under the Matthew Shepard James Byrd Federal Hate Crimes Act, Art, they can go to jail for life. And this is why I need Nolan's step, pop, and coach to watch what comes out of their mouth and stop trying to help these white kids avoid accountability for what they did to Nolan. Because if the tables will turn, white folks are not going to try to help your child avoid any accountability.
I'm going to say this, Chad. Where I'm at, motherfuckers have privacy fences. Y'all know what a privacy fence is, right? 6 feet, 6.5 feet, you know, shit like that, man. Privacy fence. Why the fuck do people have privacy fences? So your nosy ass ain't seeing what the fuck they got going on. So why the hell would I be looking all of my neighbor's backyard when it's a fucking privacy fence? What the fuck is the purpose of the privacy
fence? So stop the now. Another question I have for Warren. You said you and Nolan been friends since 8th grade. Since 8th grade, Art. But Sister Christine says she don't know none of them kids really, Art. She don't know them white kids. So help me understand how you are Nolan's best friend, friends since 8th grade. You called him your brother. Y'all spent the night together July the 3rd, the morning before y'all went to White Devil's Horn Island. And his mother don't even know who you are. And you said out your own mouth that y'all never hung out at Nolan's house. So how are y'all best friends? I had best friends growing up, Art. My mother knew who they were. Who has a best friend that they mom don't know about? Help me.
See where I'm at, man, you said 8 to 10 feet. See where I'm at, they cap them at 8 feet. It's 6 to 8 feet. So that's why I said 6.5 feet, whatever. But the privacy fences, your ass can't have them over 8 feet where I'm at. So, yeah.
Let me understand that. A best friend and the mom don't know him, it sounds suspicious. Why didn't you tell Miss Christine you had her son's cell phone when you called and asked if she heard from him? Art, as far as I'm concerned, there's probable cause he has something to do with this. Art, I'm holding her son's cell phone. I left him on the island. I took his keys and phone, and I'm on the phone with the mom. I got his phone, but I'm calling his mother at 11 o'clock. Have you heard from your son? And I'm holding her son's cell phone, and I don't even tell her. Art, this ain't making no sense. This ain't making no sense. And I want to know from Sheriff John Ledbetter, Art, Jackson County Sheriff, you don't have probable cause just off of that alone? Somebody calls somebody's mom asking if she heard from him while they have their phone and left him stranded on the island. And if you care so much about Nolan, Art.
You said not being aware of your surroundings, how you get caught slipping. Oh, I get alerts on my phone. I see what's going on around my shit. Now, when it comes to my neighbors, that's their fucking business, man. Stay fucking business, man. Like, shit, what do you mean?
If he cares so much about Nolan, the so-called white best friend, Art, why did you wait till 11 o'clock? Y'all left the island 4:30. Y'all left the island 4:30. If you care so much about Nolan, why are you not calling his mother until 11 o'clock? It's pitch.
You said, Karen says she's the only non-black teacher in the all-black school in charge of the art department. How is that, Karen? You enjoy that? Thank you, Karen, for being a teacher.
Pitch black outside at 11 o'clock, Art. It's pitch black. It's almost midnight, and you wait till 11 o'clock to call his mom and ask her if she heard from her son, but he's supposed to be your brother and best friend. Listen here, Warren. I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. And then I have a question for his dad, too, Art. I don't know if you know this, but his dad has started an online fundraising platform.
Chat, everyone hit the like button, man. We need to get the likes up in here. Everyone hit it on your way in. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Please subscribe to the channel. Max, you said, what would I tell my kids in this situation? And what situation, Max? What situation are you talking about?
For Warren and two of his friends. I think they raised $160,000 so far. $160,000. Nobody has been arrested.
Bart's lawyer also said he expects some movement coming next week, I guess on the defamation lawsuits or the cease and desist. I don't know. I guess Bart's lawyer is saying there should be some action moving. Now we hear that the other family has raised $160,000 to pursue people that are speaking about this case, not speculating, but speaking about this case as fact. And I guess for general purposes.
Arrested. Nobody has received a warrant. Nobody has been indicted. Nobody has been charged. Art, if you are innocent, why are you raising money online? You ain't been charged with a crime at all. The state of Mississippi is doing everything they can to make sure y'all don't get charged with anything. So why are you raising money online? Why did y'all cancel your social media? Why are y'all lawyering up? They hired Donald Trump's lawyer, Art. One of Donald Trump's lawyers is now the three of their lawyers. If you innocent, what you need Donald Trump's lawyer for? If you're innocent, what you raising $160,000 for? It sounds like y'all getting ready to defend yourselves. That's what it sounds like.
What's up, Alan?
It sounds like y'all think the truth is going to get out really, really soon, and y'all want to be prepared for it. Again, Art, I'm not saying he did it, but I definitely believe he knows who do. Now, we're going to get to this call. But before we get to this call, Art,
here we go.
I want to ask a question to Benjamin Crump. Attorney Benjamin Crump. I met him twice, Art. I met Benjamin Crump the day before I graduated with my doctorate at an Urban League conference in New Orleans. I presented at a workshop at the Urban League Conference in New Orleans. This is July of 2012. And I flew back to graduate and get my doctorate in clinical psychology. We had lunch. It's a few of us at the table. We had lunch. Okay? This is around the Trayvon era. And then I met Benjamin Crump again at HBCU Delaware State University about 3 or 4 years ago at the Black Farmers Conference that was put on by one of the black professors there. She invited me to keynote the luncheon, and she switched me out at the last minute for Attorney Benjamin Crump. I understand it was a black bourgeoisie event. I'm not a member of the black bourgeoisie. I got switched out. I understand. No harm, no foul. Ben Crump gave a good speech. But here's my question to Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton. Here's my question to Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton, Art. How long are y'all going to wait around before y'all call a spade a spade? How long is Ben Crump and Al Sharpton going to wait around, Art, before they tell the world that they don't think this investigation is being done correctly? How long before Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton demand that the FBI and Department of Justice take over this investigation? Art, it's been over a month and we know nothing. It's been over a month and we know nothing. Now, let me say this, Art. There's several circumstances through which you can demand the FBI come in and take over an investigation. One of them, Art, if there is a suspicion of public corruption or obstruction of justice. The FBI, the Department of Justice, can come in and take over a case on the suspicion of public corruption or obstruction of justice. So you're going to say, Dr. Umar, what evidence do you have of that? First of all, they declared this an accidental drowning before they did any investigation. That's a cover-up. Not only that, Art, they never treated the boat like a crime scene. They never took a look at the other 2 boats. We have no information at all on the other 2 boats. Those 30 white kids should have had their cell phones confiscated, investigated. All their social media should have been investigated. Their homes should have been investigated. They should have all been interrogated. They should have been investigated to see if they or their parents had any connection to any of the white hate groups in the state of Mississippi. None of that was done. They gave the boat back to the owner, Art. They gave the boat back. The boat may have been a crime scene, and they gave it back. Now, according to the Cajun Navy, another question for Ben Crump.
Correct. And it doesn't surprise me that they gave the boat back. It did, like, just knowing the South, knowing smaller, you know, yeah, this is Ocean Springs, but Ocean Springs is relatively small compared to like major cities. They don't need that bad press. You got Biloxi right across the street. Biloxi got the casinos, all of that shit. You got Ocean Springs right there. It's 4th of July weekend. It's an election year for the judges and the state rep. They need to keep this shit, get this shit open and shut. It just so happened that the world would not be quiet about this shit. That's what the problem is.
According to the Cajun Navy, they offered Ben Crump to put dogs on the boat and let the dogs sniff it out to see if anybody had recently been deceased on that boat or if there had been any blood on that boat. And according to the representative from the Cajun Navy, Ben Crump told him don't do it. So I need Ben Crump, respectfully, I'm not accusing him of nothing, Art, but I need Ben Crump to explain to me why you didn't let them use the dogs to sniff out that boat. Why did you not let them sniff out that boat with them dogs? Did you have your own dogs to sniff out the boat? Because if you didn't, why didn't you let them sniff the boat out with the dogs? The dogs can tell, Art, if somebody had recently lost their life or if blood had been spilled. He said Ben Crump told him no. I need Ben Crump to explain that. I need Sheriff John Ledbetter to explain why the boat wasn't treated as a crime scene, potential crime scene. I need him to explain why all them white kids wasn't arrested and questioned, because if it was black kids and a white kid went missing, Art, they would have all been arrested and questioned. You know that. They would have all been arrested and questioned. And then let's talk about the autopsy, Art. Let's talk about the autopsy.
Hey, I know the interviewer hates it when people try to get him to co-sign. It's like, damn, Arthur War sitting here as an interview, not Arthur War, but Arthur Dialogue sitting here as the damn interviewer. And he like, you know that, Art. You know that, Art. Like, damn, Umar, just state your point, nigga.
So the Mississippi State Medical Examiner, they do their autopsy July 7th, right? July 7th.
What's up, Carolina?
Nolan's mother requested an independent autopsy, as she should have. They send Nolan's body to Washington, D.C. When the black medical examiner gets the Nolan's corpse, Art, the throat tissue and the lung tissue is gone. How is he supposed to determine if Nolan died from being choked out or if Nolan died from drowning if he don't have the throat tissue or the lung tissue, Art? How is he supposed to do his job and y'all didn't send the throat tissue or the lung tissue? And nobody has explained yet whether or not
Hey, chat, everyone hit the like button. Everyone subscribe to the channel right now, man. We're trying to hit 50,500, man. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. You said, and that's where you lose viewers. We don't give a damn over here, man. You must not know who the fuck we is over here, man. This is a community, man. This shit tight-knit, man. We lose viewers, we gain viewers. Your ass gonna come back, man. It is what it is.
The medical examiner in D.C. is ever going to get the throat tissue or the lung tissue. And I personally believe, Art, Nolan was deceased before he hit the water. I believe Nolan was deceased before he hit the water. And the reason they held on to the throat tissue and the reason they held on to the lung tissue is they didn't want nobody to know that Nolan was murdered before he hit that water. Just like Emmett Till was murdered before he hit that water. Just like Dr. King's brother, A.D. King, was murdered before he hit that water. Remember, Art, when Dr. King's brother was murdered, Reverend A.D. King, they found him in a swimming pool.
And if we think about the enhanced version of the audio, the cleaned up version, they said something about chest. Like chest, no, or something like chest. So, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Ruled it a drowning. And then one of the paramedics said what, Art? One of the paramedics who took Dr. King's brother out the pool, Art, said he didn't have no water in his lungs. The paramedic said he didn't have no water in his lungs, Art. And plus, A.D. King, just like Nolan, A.D. King, just like Nolan, was a great swimmer, Art. Was a great swimmer. They kept them lungs, I believe. They kept the lungs, Art, because they knew that those lungs would have provided evidence of the fact that Nolan may have been deceased before he hit that water. They kept the throat because it may have shown some trauma that Nolan may have gotten choked out. And then you got the red substance around the back of the head that the DC medical examiner discussed. We don't know if Nolan got hit in the back of the head. We don't know if the blood simply drained to the back of the head. But here's the thing, Art. They say Nolan was found face down in the water. Nolan was found face down in the water, Art. Not only that, Nolan was transported face down to Washington, D.C. So guess what, Art? I have my doubts as to whether or not the red, which is probably blood in the back of the head, the subcutaneous red area, Art, I don't think that has anything to do with the blood draining to the back. You want to know why? Because he was found floating on his face. And he was sent to Washington, D.C. on his face. So the blood couldn't have went backwards, Art. I believe Nolan got hit in the back of the head, and it was that hit that cost him his life. It was that hit that cost him his life. It was that hit that cost him his life. Now, with that being said, Art, I want to go to Sister Tashima and Sister Christine going over to Warren's home, allegedly, to get Nolan's phone. So Sister Christine reported Nolan missing around 12:22 p.m. on the 4th. Sometime after that, her and Sister Tashima, Javon's mom, used Life 360 Art and they tracked the phone to Warren's home. I believe it was Warren's home. Don't hold me to that. I believe it was, no, I think it was one over the friend's home, lady friend's home. I think Warren said they were swimming at a lady friend's home. Whoever house it was one of them kids who was out there on White Devil Horns Island. So they tracked the phone to this house, Art. And Sister Tashima said when they opened up the door, the house was dark. You know why the house was dark, Art? They turned the lights off so they wouldn't recognize nobody's face. When they saw Nolan's mom is outside, this is what I believe happened. This is what I'm gonna let. Nolan's mother and Javon's mother are outside. How did they know where we are? Turn the lights off because they are not going to leave until we open this door. They turned the lights off, Art, so they could hide. They didn't know that Nolan had Life 360 on that phone. They didn't know that Nolan had Life 360. Now, Sister Tashima said, Art, it took them 15 minutes to bring the phone. Art.
It did take them, remember they said it wasn't the phone. They said the phone was only touched when it was taken off of the boat and put into the truck. They said the keys, they couldn't find the keys. The dad said, he asked him, he said, if you really loved Nolan, you'll go look for those keys. He went in there, looked for the keys, allegedly, couldn't find them. Someone else was on the phone with the girl, and the girl was like, oh, he left his keys on the Xbox. And they went in there and retrieved the keys. Now, I need everyone to double tap the screen. We're also 29 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Be sure to subscribe to the channel so you never miss a live stream.
She said it took them 15 minutes. You know why? Because they was deleting his Snapchat accounts. That's why, Art. It
Allegedly.
took them 15 minutes to bring the phone because they were deleting Nolan's Snapchat account. And they also needed to make sure they had their story straight in case Sister Christine and Sister Tashima had any more questions, Art. That's what was going on. But let me say this to Sister Christine and Sister Tashima. My beautiful African sisters, don't you ever again in your life go to a home at that time of night by yourself without no men.
Thank you, Shauna. You said they didn't have his code to get in. What if he had fingerprint? What if he had facial recognition? Could have had anything. Could have gotten that phone other ways than just knowing a 6-digit PIN now. Allegedly.
Brother Elmore should have been with y'all. You are in Mississippi. You don't know who would have been in that house. You don't know what type of racist rednecks could have came out there and attacked you guys, and y'all could have ended up missing just like Nolan. And once again, they would have said they never saw y'all. And once again, they would have said that they never saw y'all. So please don't do that again. I know you was looking for your son. I know you was helping your girlfriend look for her son. But don't y'all ever pull up at no white people's house you don't know after midnight. Don't you do that no more, ladies. Bring a couple alpha males with you. Bring Brother Elmore with you next time. But this is what I wish they would have done, Art. Let me tell you what I wish they would have done. When Sister Tashima and Sister Christine got to that house, Art, I wish they would not have told them they knew the phone was in there. Stay with me, Art.
Thanks, Shauna.
I wish they would have not told them they knew the phone. They should have played it off, Art. They should have said, we want to know if anybody has seen Nolan. We haven't heard from him since he went with y'all to White Devil's Horn Island. And they would have said, we ain't heard from him, Art. And then I would have said, do you know if Nolan had his phone with him? I've been calling my son all day. He's not picking up. do you know if he had his phone? And if they would have said no, Art, if they would have said, we don't know if he had his phone or not, you know what I would have done? I would have called the police and I would have told the police, Art, my son is missing. He went to White Devil's Horn Island with these white kids in his house. They have his phone. They don't know I know they have his phone. And they just lied to my face and told me that they don't know where the phone is, and the phone is right in there with them. I believe that they are suspects in my son's disappearance, and I want them all arrested. That's what I wish they would have done, Art. I wish they didn't tell them they knew the phone was in there. I wish they would have act like they didn't know if the phone was in there and just asked them if they saw the phone. And one.
All right, chat. With that strategy right there, Ray Umar's strategy right there, 1 through 10, was that a solid strategy? Should they have kept the cards close? Went to law enforcement like, hey, our son's missing. They're saying they don't have his phone, but we have Life 360 right here, and his phone is over there. They're suspects. Allegedly. Is Umar cooking? Would that have been a better way to go about it than the way they went about it? What do y'all think? Hit the like button, chat. We're 17 subscribers away from the next sub goal.
Once those white kids lied, I would have called the police because they never thought anybody was coming for Nolan's phone and keys. They never thought anyone was coming for Nolan's phone and keys because they didn't know Sister Christine had Life 360 on that phone, Art. They did not know that. And I think it is so disrespectful, Art, so racist, and so bigoted that white people are filing false reports on Sister Christine's nursing license, Art. She now got to go before the nursing board in Mississippi, Art. Nolan's mother, still grieving the death of her son, she got to go and defend her credentials because white folks are mad that she's demanding justice for her son. This sounds just like Mamie Till Mobley, Emmett Till's mother. They did the same thing to Emmett Till, Art. After they assassinated Emmett Till, they harassed his mother. They sent her all type of threatening phone calls.
Now, y'all know I had to do that video checking Matt Walsh about that Emmett Till shit. You know, I just had to let y'all know. If y'all haven't seen it, it's on the videos on the channel. I did have to, get on Matt Walsh's ass about that shit right quick.
Letters, notices. Here we are, Art. 61 years later, they doing the same thing to Nolan Wells' mom. For black people who think white people have changed, Art, it's time to wake up and smell the coffee. They are their ancestors, Art. They are their ancestors. They might be worse. They are their ancestors. And since they are their ancestors, we need to be our ancestors. Now, let's.
Is Umar rage baiting, chat? Do y'all think Umar's rage baiting right now? Do y'all think he's being serious? Do y'all think Umar's being serious right now, or is he rage baiting? I see some of y'all going back and forth in the chat.
Let's talk about the infamous Cito call, Art. So again, Javon sees Nolan at 3:40.
All right, Karen.
The coach sees Nolan between 2:30 and 3:30. Katie sees Nolan between 3 and 4:30. I already told you I believe Nolan was unalived between 3:30 and 4:30. Now, our sister, what was her name? Jacqueline Brentley or something. Jeanette Brentley, Jacqueline Brentley. Forgive me, sister, for mispronouncing your name. But our sister, who is an audio engineer, Art, she went through the laborious process of cleaning up the background conversation during the infamous Cito call. She cleaned up the background audio during the infamous Cito call, Art. And during the infamous Cito call, Art, according to her cleanup, it sounds like they were trying to clean up an unaliving of Nolan Wells. You hear people saying things like, is he still alive? Did you unalive him? Is he okay? People are shocked, asking questions. Is he still breathing? If that tape gets corroborated, all the white young folks on those 3 boats need to go to jail, Art. They need to be charged, all of them. Whether you committed the crime, whether you was an accomplice to the crime, whether you was an accessory to the crime. Whether you committed the crime, first-degree murder, whether you was an accomplice to the crime, you helped them carry it out, whether you was an accessory to the crime, you helped them plan it, or you helped them cover it up, Art, because I'm having problems. I'm having problems with this investigation. It is too lax. It is too soft. And my question to Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, how long before y'all going to demand that the federal Department of Justice take over the investigation, Art? As I was saying earlier, you can demand the feds to take over the investigation, Art, if there is concern about public corruption and obstruction of justice. One of the boys.
So if it comes back that anything is fishy, should they all be charged? I think I'm just going to give my theory. A lot of y'all are asking, what do I think? I don't know what happened, but what do I think they're going to say happened? I think they're going to blame it on the alleged substance abuse. That's what they're setting it up to blame it on the substance abuse. They kept the lungs, they kept the throat. Toxicology took forever. It finally came back. It's going straight to the medical examiners, holding it till it goes to the grand jury. They come out. Nolan's mom subpoenas the phone records. Soon as she subpoenas the phone records from the cell phone carriers and the social media companies, that's the same day Officer Tatum comes out and says his source told him 150% certain that there was substance abuse and that Nolan was involved in it. So they're setting it up for that. That's what I think that's the story they're about to try to lay on us. And I ain't with it, bro. I don't know.
Boy's mom or stepmom, and I think it's Warren, allegedly. One of the boy's mothers or stepmothers is a chancery court judge. Another one of the children's parents is allegedly tied.
Allegedly. And that's my speculation, what I think they're going to say happened.
To the FBI. So, Art, if their parents are tied up in the Mississippi state power structure, if these children's parents are tied up in the Mississippi state power structure, you know damn well Mississippi is not trying to find any of those kids guilty of anything. You know that.
Mad Dog 1885. What I tell y'all about them damn YouTubers with the damn numbers behind their name? 1885. Says you stupid. I think you forgot an R. It's apostrophe and an E. I think you forgot all of that shit, man.
Mississippi does not have a history of helping black people find justice against white people. That is not the history of Mississippi. It ain't the history of Arkansas. It ain't the history of Texas. It ain't the history of Louisiana. It ain't the history of South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, or none of those states.
See, they putting Texas in the damn South. Then y'all trying to say Arkansas, Midwest. He trying to put Texas in the damn South.
So why is it Ben Crump and Al Sharpton calling for a federal investigation? That's number one. Number two, Art, guess what? Horns Island is federal land. Horns Island is federal land, Art. If Horns Island is federal land, Art, why are we not demanding that the feds do the investigation and not Sheriff Ledbetter? The island is federal land, Art. It's federal land. Why aren't the feds carrying out the investigation? That's the second reason they should be involved. The third reason they should be involved, Art, is there's a strong likelihood that this was a federal hate crime and a lynching. Very strong likelihood that this was no.
If the grand jury charges it, the feds might pick it up. If the grand jury decides to bring charges, the feds might pick it up. But yeah, the feds probably ain't gonna just pick it up outside of that.
Nolan Wells' death is very likely to have been a federal hate crime, and it is very likely to have been a federal lynching, meaning more than one person participated in the racially motivated crime. So I just gave you 3 reasons why the feds should be investigating this case and not the sheriff's office. Why is Ben Crump and Al Sharpton dragging their feet?
Hey, listen, Dub. Stop typing in all caps in this motherfucker. You know better. And the reason it should be investigated as a federal crime is because it's on that island. That's the reason. That's the reason. Just like if you're at a national park, you could be right there in the city gambling and shit. Guess what? You drive up that mountain and you're at a national park, you do something, your ass is going federal. Your ass is going federal. Local law enforcement can be right there. Your ass is still going federal, bud.
Benjamin Crump, you need to have a street march. You need to bring all of the black militia groups to Mississippi, and we need to march on Mississippi. Your approach to this investigation.
Hey, somebody block Kayla ass. Somebody block Kayla ass. Get Kayla the fuck up out of here.
Investigation is too humble, it is too docile, it is too meek, it is too soft. You are dealing with Mississippi, and you have not activated any street protests. Sister Christine and Brother Nolan are not going to get justice, Art. Sister Christine and Brother Nolan Wells are not going to get justice, Art, if Benjamin Crump doesn't activate a street activism campaign.
They finna march. They finna march for Nolan. I seen somebody come in here earlier and said, I'm a white woman, but I will march 1,000 miles for Nolan Wells. And I was like, damn, I definitely wouldn't march 1,000 miles, but I didn't even know they was finna march for him. Damn.
It's time for Ben Crump and Al Sharpton to activate a street activism campaign. And let me say this, Art. Al Sharpton is about to have another march on Washington. For what? For what? He's going to commemorate the Dr. King 1963 March on Washington. He's been doing it almost every year. But Art, it's an empty symbol. Al Sharpton, listen to me, sir. You don't need to march on DC.
Bro, 1,000 miles is a long way. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe if it was like, y'all remember Relay for Life, where they walked around the damn track to donate money and shit. If it was something like that, you know, but 1,000-mile march, do you know how far you finna be away from the damn house? Like, if they could do like maybe 2 miles a day, you know, 1,000 miles. Listen, chat, I promise you, I think I can, I don't think I can do 1,000-mile march, man. That's 1,000 miles, man. That shit's far as hell. Listen, 1,000 miles is far as hell.
DC. We don't need another empty, meaningless Democratic Party-sponsored march in Washington, D.C. We need you to switch that march, Art. Al Sharpton, if he cares about justice for Black Mississippi, if Al Sharpton cares about justice for Black Mississippi, Art, he will switch the march from D.C. to Mississippi. Al Sharpton needs to switch the march from Washington.
Yeah, he does. If they gonna march, why the fuck are they marching in D.C.?
Washington, D.C. to Mississippi. And it should be 4 days, Art. It should be 4 days, Art. We should march in Senatobia, Mississippi one day for baby Cohen, who was shot and murdered by the police in the Walmart parking lot. We got to march for baby Cohen, who was shot by the police in Senatobia. We have to march in Cleveland, Mississippi for our brother Trey Reed, who was unalived September 15th, 2025, hanging from a tree on Delta State University campus in Cleveland, Mississippi, September 15th, 2025. So we need to march in Cleveland, Mississippi. We need to march in Senatobia, Mississippi. We need to march in Jackson, Mississippi, because what just happened in Jackson on Monday, Art? A Black woman, 28, 29 years old, Tasia Fortune, was found hanging from a tree. Monday, Art, 4 days.
Now, if they march in D.C., I don't think Trump gonna fuck with it. I don't think Trump gonna fuck with it if they march in D.C.
Days ago, a Black woman was found hanging from a tree in Jackson, Mississippi. And check this out, Art. They said her corpse, her body, had been hanging from the tree for 3 to 4 days, Art. 3 to 4 days, her body was hanging. It gets worse, Art. It gets worse. They said they had to use a ladder. They had to use a ladder to go up on the tree and get our sister Tasia down. And guess what the Mississippi State Medical Examiner ruled it, Art? Guess what she ruled it? The same thing she ruled Trey Reed's death as: suicide. Let me ask you a question, Art. How many black people you know hang themselves from trees? I don't know no black person who have ever taken their life by hanging themselves from a tree. In fact, it's almost impossible to hang yourself from a tree. In fact, black people have been hung from trees by white people for over 200 years. So you mean to tell me the very method that has been used to take our lives at the hands of white people, we are now taking the method ourselves, Art. We are
that one girl that was hanging from the tree, I believe this is who he's talking about. That was at a church. That was at a church. She was hanging from a tree outside the church.
Now taking the method ourselves, Art, and we're going to hang ourselves with a noose the same way white people used to hang our ancestors. Who does that make sense to? That don't make no damn sense. So now all of a sudden, when black people want to take their life, we're going to go outside, get a noose, and hang ourselves suspended from a tree. That's nonsense. And the Mississippi State Medical Examiner, Art, every time a black person is found hanging in Mississippi, she wants to rule it a suicide. You know why, Art? If you rule it a suicide, you don't have to investigate. If you rule it a suicide, you can close the case and you don't have to investigate. So Ben Crump and Al Sharpton need to turn up the heat under Sheriff Ledbetter's office. They need to turn up the heat under District Attorney Mulrath's office because they are dragging their feet. They are not taking this investigation seriously. It is too quiet. We don't know anything. Sister Christine don't know anything after 30 days, and Ben Crump and Al Sharpton need to go to the streets. Since you like to march every year in Washington, D.C., Al Sharpton, why don't you bring your behind to Mississippi and march? We need to march in Senatobia. We need to march in Cleveland, Mississippi. We need to march in Jackson for Sister Tasia Fortune. And we need to march in Ocean Springs for Brother Nolan Wells. And check this out, Art. The Attorney General said they're going to keep the toxicology and the autopsy report under seal. They're going to keep the toxicology and the autopsy under seal, Art, until the grand jury gets to see it. A grand jury is going to decide whether or not anybody is going to get charged with a crime, Art. And I have a big problem with that, Art. That's what happened with Carmelo Anthony. That's what happened with Carmelo Anthony. A grand jury proceeding is a relatively secret process, Art. You don't even know who's on the grand jury, Art. You don't even know who's a group of secret white people. A group of secret white people are going to decide if any of those 30 white kids on those 3 boats should be charged with a crime in the death of Nolan Wells. And we won't even know who they are, and we won't even know how they came to their decision, Art. We won't even know who the grand jury is, and we won't even know how the grand jury came to their decision. What is Ben Crump ready to do? What is Al Sharpton ready to do if the grand jury returns no indictments on anybody at all for the death of Nolan Wells? Will Benjamin Crump be ready to march then, Art? Will Al Sharpton be ready to march in Mississippi then? If the grand jury says this was an accidental drowning, case is closed, no indictments, what is Ben Crump and Al Sharpton going to do? Because right now, and I respect them both, Art, but right now, the way this case is being handled, they are too docile, they are too meek, They are too humble and they are too soft. We need some street action. We need some street protests. We need some street marches. We need to raise up the temperature in Mississippi, Art. That's what we need to do. This is the state that
Here we go.
unalived Medgar Evers. This is the state that lynched Emmett Till. This is the state that
Chat, do you think they need to put more pressure on the Mississippi law enforcement, or do y'all think they're handling it behind the scenes quietly? Do y'all think there needs to be more pressure on the sheriff's department down there, or do y'all think they're handling it quietly? Everyone hit the like button on your way in. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. We go live every single night over here at 10 p.m. Central Time, talking politics, current events, and entertainment. Please subscribe to the channel.
took the life of Baby Cohen. This is the state that lynched
Good night,
Tasia
Susu.
Fortune. This is the state that lynched Trey Reed. This is Mississippi, the state that tried to lynch Fannie Lou Hamer, the state that tried to lynch Ida B. Wells. When are we going to wake up and smell the coffee? Now, let's get to the infamous call, Art, and I'm going to wrap this up. Let me get to the infamous call, and I'm going to wrap this up. They called the Cito company at 4 o'clock. We already talked about the background noise that the audio engineer.
You said Umar calling for violence. I haven't heard him call for violence at all. He said March. Where have y'all heard? Has anybody heard Umar call for violence in this episode? I haven't heard that. I don't know what you listening to.
Our beautiful black sister Jeanette Brentley cleaned up. Sounds very suspicious, Art. It sounds like they may have been in the act of unaliving Nolan Wells when they made the call. It sounds like they may have been in the act of unaliving Nolan Wells when they made the call, Art. Allegedly. And guess what, Art? That would make perfect sense. You want to know why? Because the call was bogus. Nothing was wrong with that shit. This is my allegations. This is my belief and my allegations, and I'm standing on it. Nothing was wrong with the boat, Art, and I'm going to explain to you how we know this. Nothing was wrong with that boat. They made that call because they needed an alibi, Art. They needed an alibi. So if Nolan Wells, when Nolan's body was found, Art, if they were able to determine the time of death, when Nolan's body was found, and if they were able to determine the time of death, they say, wait a minute. Nolan was unalived at 4 o'clock. Guess what, Art? They could say our boat was sinking at 4 o'clock and we was on the phone with Cito. The phone call was an alibi, Art. The phone call was a decoy. The phone call was a bait and switch. There was nothing wrong with that boat, Art. So listen, we know that Mississippi is going to find all the audio engineers they can find, Art. We know that Mississippi is going to find all the audio engineers that they can find, Art, to try to say that the background noise cannot be corroborated or verified. You know they're going to say that.
Correct.
They're going to say we can't use the background noise. It's too much going on. We don't care what Sister Jeanette Brantley had to say. We don't care what y'all conspiracy theorists got to say. We had our own FBI audio engineers listen to it, and they can't make out the conversation. I believe it says what Sister Jeanette Brantley says it says. I believe it, Art. It makes perfect sense. They called at the time that they were unaliving him to have an alibi and an excuse. But guess what, Art? Even if they throw out the background noise, I believe we still have probable cause to arrest all 30 of those white kids.
Yeah, we finna get up out of here in a second too, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. I need everybody to double tap the screen, share the live out. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. It's like 10 minutes left for this. So we'll go ahead and wrap it up now, Chad. I'm tired. I'm about to fall asleep on stream. I had a long day. We will be back tomorrow night. We are the weekenders. So be sure to subscribe to the channel. Turn on all post notifications and be here at 10 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. We'll have fresh topics. The first hour we'll rock out, have fun, and then we'll get into the news. yeah, chat, we pulled the 4-hour stream. We got a lot of new subscribers. We had a great stream, really great crowd. Even the trolls were all right tonight, man. I'll see y'all on the next one, chat. I will see y'all on the next one, chat. You said it's all the reefer, dog, bro. I've been up since like 6:45 in the morning. Like I woke up at 6:45 yesterday, bro. I had a long day. Shit. Good night, Laurie. Good night, Michelle. Good night, Doug. I appreciate everybody that came through, man. I'll see y'all on the next one, chat. We'll be here tomorrow. Oh, and if anybody wants that free voice prompter, join the Discord. Join the Discord or let me know. I'll show y'all the app right here. I'll show y'all the app right here. Y'all see that app on my phone right there that says damn. Y'all see it right there that says plug with the TV, plug prompter. I click on that right there. And y'all see it, it's a voice prompter. So you put in whatever your script or whatever, and then I would set it up on a selfie stick and I would set it next to my camera. And now when I want to read when I'm doing a video, I can read. And it's like I got a teleprompter so I can remember my topics and where I'm at. And then to follow the voice with it. That's what we built out in our workshop on Saturday. We have workshops every Saturday at 7 p.m. building actual usable, shippable products. This week we built a voice teleprompter and we have it as a downloadable app on the home screen. About 25 people have it already. I don't know how many are actually using it. At least 4 or 5 of them are actually using it. I'm going to use it tomorrow and test it out as well. But if y'all want to try it, join the Discord, let me know, and I'll send y'all a version of it. Good night, chat.